Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. In today's session, we will go through Business Analyst full course. But before we begin, if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's go through the agenda for today's session. First, we will get started with understanding what are the fundamentals of business analytics. Then we will understand business process management. Next, we will deep dive into who exactly is a business analyst and how to become a business analyst. Once you're done with the basics, we will go through a detailed roadmap to become a successful professional business data analyst. Then we will go through the top 5 business analyst certifications. Then we will get into the practical mode by getting started with business analytics with Excel. Then we'll also go through some Excel macros and visual basics for business analytics. Then we have advanced SQL for business analytics. Followed by these, we will get into data visualization, which covers Tableau and Power BI. Also, we will go through some use cases in Tableau and Power BI, which will include some of the popular data sets. Then we will understand data modeling using Power BI, introduction to business analytics with R, and we will also go through some use cases in R programming language for business analytics. And finally, to make things more interesting, we will also cover some of the most frequently asked business analytics interview questions and answers. I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, without further ado, over to our training experts.
It's no surprise that business analytics and business intelligence are two of the fastest growing markets in the world. Organizations today are generating data at a rapid rate. There is a need to use this business data and make smarter decisions. Companies are looking for methods and tools to turn business data into actionable insights. This is where business analytics and intelligence can help play a critical role. Business analytics is the process of collecting, analyzing and drawing valuable conclusions from vast volumes of data available. It helps to improve business performance through fact-based decision making. On the other hand, business intelligence or BI is a technology that enables data preparation, data mining, data management and data visualization. It allows you to analyze data with queries and create reports and dashboards with the help of charts and graphs to be used by business leaders. Business analytics and business intelligence together create capabilities for companies to compete in the market effectively. Consider this example. Suppose you sell homemade chocolates through an online store. Business intelligence provides meaningful insights into the past and current state of your business. BI tells you that sales of your milk chocolate have spiked up in Texas the past 2 weeks. So you decide to manufacture more milk chocolates to keep up with demand. Business analytics asks, why did sales of milk chocolate spike up in Texas? By scrutinizing your website data, you learned that most traffic has come from a post by a food blogger based in Texas who liked your milk chocolate. This insight helps you decide to send complimentary chocolates to a few other well-known food bloggers throughout the United States. Using cutting-edge business analytics and intelligence tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI and Tableau can enhance customer experience, improve efficiency, conduct competitor analysis and accelerate growth.
Let's understand what business process management is. Business process management or BPM is an organizational discipline in which a firm examines all of the operation processes collectively and individually. Through this assessment, companies aim to identify areas of improvement to create a more efficient and effective business environment. In simple terms, business process management is all about optimizing and improving companies' business processes that serve customers and eventually bring the pile of revenue. BPM is vast discipline that by definition is dynamic given the continually changing organization roles, regulations, method, corporate goals and other factors it contains. BPM has evolved with time to accept a wide range of optimization approaches from Six Sigma and lean management to agile. We'll discover these approaches in depth on some other day. First, let's dive deep into the details of BPM. If we break down nuts and bolts of business process management, you'll find out 3 key factors. The first one is of course business processes. The second one will be the set of inputs. And the third one will be the output retrieved after processing presented inputs. For example, consider the bank loan application process. Here, the customer will supply an electronic application form via the bank's website to receive the desired loan plan. Let's say a home loan in this case. Initially, the input provided by the customer will go into the loan application process. Now, the loan process is not one small process. There are multiple operations and regulations involved in it, such as credit checkups, quality control, loan management, underwriting, etc. All these tasks are cumulatively considered as business processes. As mentioned earlier, all these processes will start once the customer provides some sort of input. In this case, it is an electronic application, which will be forwarded to the salesperson by bank's IT team. By evaluating the submitted electronic application, a salesperson will formulate the list of loan products in order to present them to the customer. But if a customer is interested in some specific banking product, for instance, home loan, in such a case, the salesperson will provide customer details about home loan. A home loan has certain eligibility criteria which customer will have to fulfill. So salesperson will ask for set of documents such as ID proof, income source or salary slip, property documents, etc. This initial phase of loan application is also known as pre-qualification process. In the next phase, the administrative team will evaluate all the documents submitted by the customer and forward them to the credit analysis team. At this point, the credit department receives the application, and the first step is to analyze it for accuracy, genuineness, and completeness. If all the needed fields are not filled out, the application will be returned to the borrower or credit analyst, who will contact the borrower to get the missing information. The credit team uses the loan origination system to determine a borrower's creditworthiness. A good LOS will help a lender bank set up workflows to process a loan. It may automatically flag files that have missing needed fields, return them to the borrower, and tell the sales department that they need to be reworked. To manage this tech, a new department of information and technology will also come into play. This particular step of application evaluation is also known as underwriting process. In the next phase, the credit decisions are made. If customer fulfills all required criteria, the application will be approved, or if the customer lacks somewhere, the application will be rejected. In the next phase, quality assurance will be achieved. Because lending is highly regulated business, banks rely heavily on the quality check stage of loan origination process. The application is routed to the quality assurance team, which compares crucial variables to internal and external standards and regulations. This is the final step of loan procedure before it is submitted for funding. Now consider all these processes altogether. Each process works on feedback of other process or some new input. Hence, managing every input and process can increase the speed of business operation by removing internal miscommunications, service delays, customer complaints, etc. And BPM is the field of management that exactly works towards achieving that. In short, to define it in more simple terms, I would say BPM is all about managing multiple input streams and intercommunication of business processes to generate desired business outcome within the least amount of time possible. This BPM comprises of three main pillars: people, processes, and technology. All three aspects are required to work hand in hand for a BPM project to be successful. The business process needs to be fit for purpose and actually satisfy the demand for all the stakeholders. Having said that, let's discover the life cycle of business process management. Technology and management both are crucial factors for BPM. So the life cycle commences the collaboration of both with five standard steps. The first one is design. Then we have model, implement, monitor, and finally optimize. A large team of IT and management experts is required to construct the BPM project. The management team will study related set of business processes in great detail and then try to redesign it with the objective of optimizing it so that it becomes more purpose oriented. All of this happens during the design phase of the project. Here, all the processes are carefully designed to be as straightforward as possible by making use of standardization and IT automation. That is why this phase can be completed in a shorter period of time. Next, we have as a modeling phase. During this phase, the process gets documented in the form of an activity model. It allows experts to simulate the system's behavior and try out different scenarios through a what if approach. Once the process is approved by higher management by looking at the modeling and simulation sheet, it is then executed and deployed over the information system. This phase of business process management is known as implementation phase. Here, if management finds out some discrepancy, the corrections can be made by employing standard methods and automation. The fourth phase of BPM is monitoring. In this phase, the performance of business process is monitored to see if anything goes wrong. If any problem occurs during the monitoring phase, it will be further optimized in the next phase of business process management. This phase is known as optimization. Often, this phase remains continuously under the run since the good BPM always improves its business processes on an ongoing basis. Moving ahead, let's talk about the benefits of business process management. The first benefit is increased visibility of business processes. A good BPM implementation will increase the visibility of bank's activities, making it easy to monitor and control the critical business processes of the bank. BPM also provides management increased ability to identify bottlenecks. In simple words, a process bottleneck is a work stage that gets more work request than it can process at its maximum throughput capacity. An example of a short-term bottleneck would be a skilled employee taking a few days off. If this occurs, planned operations will not be done on time, leading to the drift in business performance. The other type of bottleneck would be a long-term bottleneck. It occurs all the time and can significantly slow down production. An example of long-term bottleneck is when a machine is not efficient enough and as a result has a long queue. BPM can help companies make improvements and reassign resources to meet customer demands by identifying these bottlenecks. The next benefit of BPM is reduced lead time. By controlling all business processes altogether and monitoring each process in a silo, BPM increases the accuracy and speed of business operations. For example, the loan application process that could have taken months can now be finished within weeks because of controlled process handling by BPM. This increased efficiency allows banks to convert leads into potential customers with no time. So definitely, this is the hottest benefit that BPM has to offer. The next benefit is a clear definition of employee roles. A good BPM ensures planning, optimum roles and duties for the teams as well as employees, since people resources is also the important factor BPM aims to manage. The BPM system prevents unfortunate situations where a customer who phoned to inquire about a loan application is transferred from one individual to the next and next, with all of them saying, "Sorry, it's not my decision to make, but let me transfer you to the person who deals with it." BPM enables a cross-functional approach to avoid this scenario, so the work is automatically moved from one desk to the another without any need for manual intervention. The sixth benefit is unified systems and operations. Since in BPM no process remains in a silo by itself, all processes come closer to each other, making business a complete unified system. The last benefit on our list is expanded growth potential. As discussed earlier, a successful BPM increases customer happiness and lead conversion, which directly increases a company's revenue and market value.
Business analyst is a professional who is responsible for bridging the gap between IT and business teams. They use analytics to evaluate processes, determine requirements, deliver data-driven solutions, and generate reports to executives and stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual who is a part of the business operation and works closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also help in assisting in integration and testing of new solutions. Growing a career in a field with high demand, such as business analysis, could be a challenge, and competition for business analyst positions can be intense. So, you should have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. A BA should successfully identify and recognize the organization's business objective. They should understand the business problems and think of a lucrative business solution. They need to understand and collect the business requirements from clients and stakeholders, allocate the right resources, and improve the existing business. Documentation of business findings is another important key role of a business analyst. BAs interact with the development team to design the solution for solving a particular problem. They often need to spend a certain amount of time in meetings in order to save the development team from spending their time in understanding the stakeholders' requirement. They often give feedback on the layout of a software application as to what all features need to be added and what functionalities should the application contain, and also implement the newly designed features that a business needs. While BAs identify the needs, define the features, write use cases, uncover business rules, and manage issues, they should also gauge the functional and non-functional requirements in a business. Business analysts run meetings with stakeholders and other authorities. Hence, discussing issues with the client face-to-face can do wonders and even help in solving problems quickly. They engage with business leaders and users to understand how data-driven changes to products, services, software, and hardware can improve efficiency and add value. They verify and validate if the project is running well with the help of user acceptance testing and the solutions are in line with the client's requirements. They also ensure that the product delivered satisfies the user requirements. Finally, BAs write documentations and build visualizations to explain all the findings and draw business insights. They also deliver maintenance reports. They need to develop informative, coherent, and usable documents for the success of a project. Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. Now, business analysts should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now, the eighth skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, Having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete and insert. Microsoft Excel is the 9th skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution.
Now, let me ask you guys one interesting question. What is the primary goal of conducting a SWOT analysis? Option A, identify market trends and customer preferences. Option B, assessing the financial viability of a business venture. Option C, evaluating the internal and external factors impacting a business. Option D, developing strategies for product development and innovations. Please answer in the comment section below and we will update the answer in the pinned comment. You can also pause the video, give it a thought and answer in the comment section. Now, let's dive back into our video. Business analysis is like being a detective for a company. It helps a company figure out what it needs and how to make things better. Business analysis is done for all sort of things a company wants to do, whether big or small. It can be a part of specific project or ongoing as the company grows and improves. Think of it this way, business analysis helps a company understand where it is right now, where it wants to go, and how it gets there. It's like looking at a map and planning the best route for a journey. It's important because it helps the company make smart decisions and find ways to create value for the people involved. So, if you are into solving mysteries and helping companies grow, business analyst might be the perfect role for you. So till now, you must have gotten an idea of what business analysis is. Now, we will see who is a business analyst. A business analyst is a person who performs business analysis tasks described in a BABOK, which is the business analysis body of knowledge. No matter their job title or organizational role, business analysts are responsible for discovering and analyzing information from a variety of sources with an expertise, including tools, processes, documentations, and stakeholders. Now, let's see what business analysts do. The activities that business analysts perform includes business analyst understanding, enterprise problems and goals, analyzing needs and solutions, formulate strategies, drive changes, and facilitates stakeholders' collaboration. Moving ahead with the positions that we have in the business, and let's discuss with the education and skills needed for the career path. Let's begin with discussing the typical salary range of an entry-level business analyst position. It's important to keep in mind that the salary figure depends on various factors such as location, industry, and company size. However, we can provide a general idea of what you might expect. For entry-level business analyst, in India, the salary range for entry-level business analyst is typically between 3 lakh to 6 lakh per annum. And in the US, the salary range for entry-level business analyst is approximately between $50,000 to $70,000 per annum. Now, let's see education and foundation. First, you will need to get a bachelor degree in business administration, computer science or relatable field. It's like building a strong foundation of your career to boost your credentials. You can also consider getting certifications. After that, sharpen your skills. Acquire domain knowledge and develop your analytical skills by learning tools like Excel, SQL, and data visualization software. These are like secret weapons that will help you analyze data and find important insights. You should also learn problem-solving methods and how the model processes. It's like becoming a problem-solving superhero. Now, hands-on experience. To really level up, look for internships, entry-level positions, or projects within your organization. This will give you a practical experience and allows you to contribute to the requirements gathering, documentation, and testing. It's like going on a real-life mission and making a tangible impact. By following these steps, you will be well on your way to become a skilled business analyst. You will be the hero who helps businesses make smart decisions and drive success. Now, let's talk about senior business analyst salary. For senior level business analysts in India, the salary range can be between 6 lakh per annum to 12 lakh per annum. In the US, the salary range of a senior business analyst is typically between $70,000 to $100,000 per annum. For education and foundation, consider pursuing a master's degree in business administration or a relatable field to deepen your knowledge and expertise. Explore advanced certifications such as Certified Business Analyst Professional or Project Management Professional. Acquire domain knowledge. Continue expanding your understanding of the industry and its strength, challenges and emerging technologies. Develop a deep understanding of specific business domain with the industry. Next, analytical skill development. Enhance your data analysis capabilities by exploring advanced technologies, predictive modeling, and data visualization. Familiarize yourself with business intelligence tools and advanced analytics platforms. Hands-on experience. Take the lead on large projects and handle critical business analysis activities. Mentor and support junior analysts. Provide them with guidance and assistance. Remember, the key is to continue learning, gaining practical experience, and staying up to date with the industry trends. Good luck with your business analysis journey. After that, we have lead business analyst. The salary range of a lead business analyst in India can vary from 12 lakh per annum to 25 lakh per annum. And in the US, the salary range for lead business analyst is typically between $100,000 to $150,000. Next, education and foundation. Take advanced certification and specialized training in leadership and business strategy. You should also acquire domain knowledge. Become an expert in your industry by staying up to date on trends, regularizing on new technologies. Next, analytical skills development is very important. Develop expertise in advanced analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Learn about tools and technologies for predictive analysis and data-driven decision-making. Next, we have business analysis technologies. Master the art of facilitating and negotiating in complex stakeholders engagement. Last, hands-on experience. Take the lead on strategic initiatives and large-scale projects. Play a significant role in shaping your organization's business analysis processes and methodologies. Everyone processes at their own pace based on their skills, opportunities, and industry demands. Keep seeking professional development, take on challenging tasks, and build strong relationships with the industry to accelerate your growth as a business analyst.
Who is a business analyst? A business analyst is a person who works with companies to study their systems, services, and products in order to enhance present operation and come to profitable judgments. A business analyst evaluates the business model and how to integrate it with technology to assist organization in documenting business processes. A business analyst is responsible for processing and analyzing the products and services to make profitable decisions to improve the financial activities of the organization. Business analysts handle all the requirements demanded by the clients and convey them to the product development team. Now it's time to learn skills required to become business analyst. Analytical skills and critical thinking. Great achievers are great thinkers. The role of the business analyst comes at the beginning of the software development lifecycle. A business analyst must analyze the client requirements effectively. Critical thinking helps the analyst in examining different situations and providing a solution. Communication skill. Every role demands communication skill, but communication is the key for every business analyst. They are supposed to have talk with stakeholders. A good business analyst needs to have communication in different phases, be it with clients, product development team, or the implementation team. For instance, if a product needs to be implemented, then it is the duty of a business analyst to communicate with the clients regarding requirement clearly. Otherwise, the entire project may collapse. As a business analyst, facilitating meeting is very important. First point, to boost your confidence if you have good communication skill. Database and SQL. SQL is an important skill that every business analyst needs to understand. A database is a software to store the data. Business analysts should have hands-on experience on SQL from which they can fetch data from these databases. So it's better to know MySQL, Oracle DB, NoSQL or MongoDB. Programming skills. It's good to know programming languages like Python or R. Business analysts have to deal with lots of data that are beyond the limits using spreadsheets. So if you know Python programming language, it helps in analyzing the data as well as we can easily integrate it with SQL databases to automate tasks. R also works in the same way. R helps to create interactive graphs and help in analyzing the data. Reports and dashboards. Business dashboards are increasingly seen to help business analysts to produce data in an insightful way. Dashboards are consolidated with charts and graphs on a single screen. The purpose of dashboard is to help business analysts by allowing them to gather and analyze the data. Let's say we have 10 sets of people working on a project. We have to maintain a dashboard in such a way that it is understandable and accessible to everyone so that everyone can understand the growth of the project. These were some of the important skills business analysts need to have. How to become a business analyst? If you are a fresher, this is a very important part. Firstly, it's essential to decide and concentrate on the fundamentals of the business analytics. Understanding the fundamentals and choosing the right path are crucial in every field. Start learning the fundamentals of business analytics first and start mastering it. Pursue the related course. It's a reminder to you to have a look at the Business Analyst Master Program link which is given in the description box below. You can take up a business management course and get certified to become industry ready. Internship. An internship is a fantastic way to learn more about a field or job you might like to pursue. Internship in business analytics will help you deal with real-time experience working in industry. This will automatically improve your resume. Start taking up real-time projects on business development and analytics. Lastly, apply for a job. Build a portfolio including your practical experience. The portfolio should consider all the internships and projects. You will be qualified to apply for a job after you get all the experience necessary. Tools used by business analysts. We have covered some of the important tools frequently used by business analysts based on its use. Project management tool, Jira. the collaboration tools Jira and Confluence are very practical. To collaborate effectively on projects and share requirements, every business analyst has to be at least familiar with Jira. By using platforms like Jira, all business stakeholders may engage with various teams and view the status of their project. Trello is a project management platform businesses use for teamwork and task organization. Dividing the work into columns on a board enables you to manage your projects and effort. Dividing complicated projects into smaller, more manageable and reliable chunks of labor helps simplify and standardize your work. So for this purpose, Trello is very important tool. Data visualization. The main use of data visualization tools is the ability to quickly solve business-related problems. Tableau is the prime software for data visualization. It creates efficient visualization which makes the stakeholders understand the data more effectively. Power BI is a software created by Microsoft that meets your analytical and business needs. Service that allows access to data even when using third-party programs and services. For instance, you can integrate it with SQL Server. You can enable Python with Power BI tool that offers customizable visualization. By including data normalization and purification, the functionality of a desktop program can be greatly increased using Power BI. As we have already learned, reports and documentation is the key skill for a business analyst. To create report and documentation, we use Google Docs. Google Docs provide you with templates for business research. Business analysts may share and collaborate on documents effectively using Google Docs. With the use of Google Docs, business analysts can communicate with stakeholders about any kind of file or document. Microsoft PowerPoint, as we previously discussed, good presentation skill is always counted for a business analyst. A business analyst must have the ability to present project teachings to their stakeholders. So, it's necessary to learn Microsoft PowerPoint. These were the important tools for a business analyst to manage their work. Now comes roles and responsibility played by a business analyst in industry. A business analyst has a variety of roles and responsibility. Therefore, it is crucial to understand thoroughly the roles and responsibility held by business analysts before learning how to become one. A business analyst pinpoints the goals and issues of a company's business and develops profitable solutions. They assemble stakeholders and business requirements. They help in analyzing and evaluating business processes an organization has and identify the area of improvement. Business analysts collaborate with the development team to create a plan for addressing a specific issue. They aggressively offer feedback on the design of a software program and integrate the newly created features that a company needs. Business analysts evaluate companies' functional and non-functional requirements. Different roles performed by a business analyst are data analyst, business architect, system architect, and product manager. These are the roles which are interdependent on a business analyst in an organization. So the top companies hiring a business analyst, they are Accenture, IBM, Deloitte, TCS, VMware, McKinsey and Company. We can also include Meta in this list. This is the job description provided by Accenture for a business analyst role. Key responsibility will include working with clients and technical resources to identify their business problem and developing the analytical solution. Good knowledge and understanding of digital application, planning and managing business diagnosis and planning activities, understanding and analyze functional impacts on front to back application, design and document new process and system changes, interpreting requirement analysis to identify value creation opportunities for clients. On average, Accenture offers $76,000 per year for a business analyst role. Now we will see job description in IBM. So what will be your responsibility being a business analyst in IBM? Be part of international teams in the design, build, test, run phases of customer projects from various industries and interesting business domains. This role assists clients and projects in implementation of wide range of application and business processes. Communication with business owners and end user to define business requirement and with development team to ensure delivery to the agreed standard and quality, support testing in the resolution of defects, learn and apply processes and methodologies related latest IT trends. From both the JD, we can understand that business analysts have to deal with clients a lot. So on an average, $84,000 per year is the salary offered for a business analyst working in IBM. And the final part is salary of a business analyst. The average salary of a business analyst for a fresher is $70,000 per annum in USA and experienced is $100,000 per year. At an experienced level, you should be able to evaluate and measure business frameworks and how they influence an organization and their clients. Coming to India, the average salary of a business analyst for a fresher ranges from 8 lakh per year. For experienced, it can go as high as 15 lakhs per year and more also. Such is the demand for business analysts all over the world. You are prepared to begin your career in business analytics because you have a better understanding of what business analyst does, their roles and responsibility and steps involved to become one.
So the postgraduate program in Business Analysis by Simplilearn is a comprehensive program designed to equip learners with the skills and knowledge required to succeed as business analysts. This program is delivered online and is intended for individuals who want to enhance their business analytics skills and advance their career in the field. So this program covers various topics such as business analyst essentials, project management, data analysis, data modeling, and data visualization. It also includes hands-on training in popular business analyst tools such as, you will see here, such as Microsoft Excel, Jira, Power BI, and many others. Upon completing the program, learners will receive a certification from Simplilearn and the skills and knowledge required to succeed as a business analyst. They will also have access to Simplilearn's career services, which provides guidance and support to help learners transition into the job market. Overall, the postgraduate program in Business Analyst by Simplilearn is an excellent option for individuals who want to enhance their business analysis skills and advance their career perspective in this field. So now, next, we have Business Analytics Bootcamp by Simplilearn. This is an intensive program designed to provide learners with a practical understanding of business analytics. The program is delivered online and is intended for individuals who want to understand business analysis comprehensively and how it can be applied to real-world business problems. This program covers various topics such as data analysis, data modeling, data visualization, and predictive modeling. It also includes hands-on training in popular analysis tools such as R, Python, Excel, and Tableau. The Business Analytics Bootcamp is designed to provide learners with the skills and knowledge required to analyze and interpret data, create data models, and visualize data in meaningful way. It also focuses on developing the necessary skills to communicate insights and recommendations to stakeholders effectively. Upon completion of the program, learners will receive a certification from Simplilearn and the skills and knowledge required to succeed in the business analyst role, access to Simplilearn's career services, which provides guidance and support to help learners transition into the job market. Now, let's see more about the Business Analyst Master's Program. This Master's Program by Simplilearn is a comprehensive program designed to provide learners with a deep understanding of business analysis. The program is delivered online and is intended for individuals who want to advance their career prospectus in the field of business analysis. The program covers various topics such as business analysis essentials, project management, data analysis, data modeling, and data visualization. It also includes hands-on training in the popular business analysis tools such as Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Power BI, R and Python, NumPy, SciPy. The Business Analyst Master Program is designed to provide learners with the skills and knowledge required to succeed as a business analyst. It also focuses on developing the necessary skills to effectively communicate with stakeholders, manage projects, and analyze data. Upon completing the program, learners will also get the certification and the skills and knowledge required to succeed in the business analysis role, which provides guidance and support to help learners transition into the job market. The link will be in the description box for all the courses. Next, we have Simplilearn's Business Analytics for Strategic Decision Making certification program, which is designed to provide learners with a practical understanding of business analysis and how it can be applied in the real-world business problems. The program is delivered online as intended for individuals who want to understand business analysts comprehensively and advance their career. This program is delivered by Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. This program covers various topics such as strategic analysis, data modeling, data visualization, predictive modeling, and it also includes hands-on training in popular analysis tools such as, again, Microsoft Excel, R, and Tableau. The Business Analysis for Strategic Decision Making certification program is designed to provide learners with the skills and knowledge required to analyze and interpret data, create data models, and visualize data in a meaningful way. It also focuses on developing the necessary skills to communicate insight and recommendations to stakeholders effectively. Upon completing of the program, the learner will get the certification by IIT Roorkee and Simplilearn. They will also have the access to Simplilearn's career services, which provides guidance and support to help learners transition into the job market. The link will be in the description box for this course also. Now, we have Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics in a comprehensive program designed to provide learners with a deep understanding of business analytics. The program is delivered entirely online and is intended for individuals who want to advance their career in the field of business analytics. The program covers a range of topics such as statistical analysis, data modeling, data visualization, machine learning, and big data. So this program is sponsored by Purdue University and you will get the certification from IBM. This program covers a range of topics such as statistical analysis, data modeling, data visualization, machine learning, and big data. It also includes hands-on training in popular analysis tools such as Microsoft Excel, R programming, Python, and Tableau. The postgraduate program in Business Analyst is designed to provide learners with the skills and knowledge required to succeed as a business analyst or data scientist. It focuses on developing the necessary skills to effectively communicate insights and recommendations to stakeholders, manage projects, and analyze large volume of data. Upon completion of the program, learners will receive a postgraduate program in data analysis certification from Simplilearn and the skills and knowledge required to succeed as a business analytics or data science role. They will also have access to Simplilearn's career services, which provides guidance and support to learners transition into the job market.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Hello and welcome to the Business Analytics with Excel course offered by Simplilearn. This video will give you an overview about the importance of analytics in business today, why it is in demand among a lot of organizations, and how you can effectively leverage Microsoft Excel for data analytics. It is quite clear that businesses must understand the changing market and trends in social media to stay ahead of the competition and drive effective business decisions. What can help businesses maintain their competitive edge? The answer lies in business analytics. The term business analytics refers to the skills, technologies, applications, and practices that facilitate continuous iterative exploration and investigation of past business performance, customer data, and competitive landscape data. The goal is to gain insights and drive business planning. Therefore, business analytics empowers businesses to automate and optimize business processes, thereby enabling them to sustain the competitive advantage. Microsoft Excel has extensive analytics capabilities to perform statistical analysis. With the added advantage of visibility, a flat learning curve, and good reporting functionalities, Excel has become the tool of choice to start your data analytics journey. Did you know Excel offers intuitive analytics features such as Find, Connect, and Shape to model and analyze a company's data? Today, Excel comes with in-memory technology that makes it easily compatible with millions of bytes of data, enabling companies to perform the necessary analysis without being dependent on specialized solutions. Additionally, features such as Power Business Intelligence, including Power Pivot, Power Query, Power View, Power Maps, and so on, easily integrate with Excel. The sandbox-like Excel environment makes data exploration and deriving results quite easy. It includes features to perform powerful data analytics processes with just one click instead of using a complex set of formulas, pivot tables, and manual steps. With increasingly diverse toolsets being added to Excel, it's very clear that Excel is the business intelligence tool of choice and the future of business intelligence workflows, and is being increasingly preferred by analysts, reporting professionals, and BI people. Excel provides a grid-like interface of rows and columns, enabling users to organize and format data better. The data can be simple text, numbers, dates, or other supported formats. Excel's libraries span a large range of functions, from basic math to complex statistical formulae. It cannot be said enough that Excel is pivotal to organizations, as it is the leading user-friendly analytical tool. Amazon, an American electronic commerce and cloud computing company, has been in business for more than 20 years. It has a user base of millions of customers. Ever wondered how Amazon predicts exactly what customers want to buy? It's simple, or let's just say it's simple business analytics that involves understanding the patterns of what happened in the past to predict what might happen in the future. Currently, this is a requirement of every business. Simplilearn's Business Analytics with Excel course introduces you to Excel, the powerful data analysis tool that will enable you to collect data and perform an in-depth analysis of the data to drive effective, impactful business decisions. Designed to build upon the concepts and procedures in data analytics, the primary focus of the course is to learn how to use Excel to perform multivariate statistics and to understand how to explore, experiment, and forecast results with Excel's histograms, pivot tables, statistics, and mathematical formulas and charts. After attending this course, you should be able to understand business problems and data sets, perform calculations using statistical techniques, conduct a variety of statistical analyses, including regressions, covariance, correlation, and testing hypothesis, present and interpret the results of statistical analysis, design dynamic reports and dashboards for business consumption. This highly engaging course features concept videos with exercises which will empower you with hands-on experience. The course covers Introduction to Business Analytics with an overview to different types of analytics, statistical and mathematical functions. After each lesson, practice and revision assessments are provided to reinforce the concepts learned. The course ends with detailed case studies outlining real-life scenarios. Simplilearn will offer complete support anytime during the course or while you're working on the projects. If you subscribe to the live virtual classroom training, you can attend an ongoing batch and revisit important concepts to seek help for the projects. Visit the Simplilearn website, www.simplilearn.com, and click Help and Support at the bottom of the page to submit queries. You can also speak directly to the support staff with the Simply Talk or live chat option. So, are you ready to begin? Happy learning!
Hello, and welcome to the lesson Formatting, Conditional Formatting, and Important Functions. In this lesson, we will learn about custom formatting, how to use conditional formatting and formulas, and implement logical, statistical, and mathematical functions. Let's say we need to differentiate the sales value from the given data set as above target, below target, and met target. As a data set can be huge and complex, differentiating each value manually would consume a lot of effort and time. Here comes the Excel features such as formatting and conditional formatting, which enables us to perform this task easily. Formatting, as the name suggests, helps us to format the data using different techniques, making the data easy to read in the required format and analyze them. The right formatting technique applied to the worksheets can help the users present the data efficiently. Conditional formatting, a type of formatting, helps us visually explore and analyze data, detect critical issues, and identify patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps to add patterns and trends to the raw information using different colors, icons, and formulae, etc. At times, we also need to perform mathematical operations and calculations within our data set. Excel provides a large number of logical, statistical, and mathematical functions such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and, if, not, rank, quartile, and many more that can help the users to perform calculations ranging from basic to complex operations. These inbuilt functions help us to manage data and perform descriptive statistical analysis. Excel also offers a wide range of important formulas that help to perform many common tasks. These formulae may be as simple as basic addition, or it could be a complex combination of inbuilt Excel functions. Before going into details, let us start this lesson by defining the objectives of the lesson. The worksheets appear more polished and easy to read if proper formatting techniques are applied to it. We can format the cells in Microsoft Excel manually by selecting fonts, font color, font size, background colors, and borders. We can also use numerous predefined table styles or quick styles to quickly format a table automatically. This is the basic formatting in Excel. If these built-in functions do not meet our needs or do not display the data in the format that we require, we can create our own custom format. In this topic, we will focus on custom formatting in Excel. Let's say we want to display 1,532,000 as 1.53 M, or the 1st of January 2016 date, with a weekday as the first Friday, January 2016. Here, we can use custom formatting feature of Excel. Let's see how we can accomplish this in Excel. In this lesson, we shall consider the following fields from our master table: dates, order ID, product, salesman, region, number of customers, net sales, and profit and loss. Here in the given worksheet, we have a column named Net Sales. Suppose we want to display the values of net sales in terms of thousands. For example, 7,164 should be displayed as 7.16K. Select the entire column for net sales. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in the Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cells dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter number, column, number 0, decimal 00, comma, open double quote, capital K, close double quote. Here, number is the digit holder with thousand comma separation. Each comma after decimal 00 indicate divide value by 1000. The 2 zeros after decimal point indicate number of value after decimal places. The K component displays a literal K character to denote thousands. Here we can see the preview in sample box. The value shown is 7.16K. Finally, click OK button. The values in column Net Sales are now displayed in terms of thousands. Now let us consider another example of date formatting. In the column Dates, we have a date value written as 1st Jan 2012. We want to display it as 1st Sunday, Jan 2012. First, select the column containing dates. Under the Home tab, click the drop-down present in Numbers panel. Select the option More Number Formats. A Format Cell dialog box appears. From the category list, select the type as Custom. In the Type text box, enter DD-DDDD-MMM-YY. Here, D stands for date, M stands for month, and Y stands for year. The first 2 DD is the date. The next 4, DDDD, is for weekday, say Thursday. Then MMM is for the month in short form, and YY is for year. Here we can see in the preview in the sample box, the value shown is 1 Sunday, Jan 12. Finally, click on OK button. Thus, the custom formatting helps us in changing the appearance of the cell value according to our needs. A worksheet may contain thousands of rows of data. By simply examining the raw information, it would be difficult to see patterns and trends. Conditional formatting helps us visualize data that make worksheets easier to understand. It quickly highlights important information in a spreadsheet by using colors, icons, and data bars. It changes the appearance of one or more cells when the cell value meets certain criteria. To do this, we need to create a conditional formatting rule. For example, a conditional formatting rule can be, if value is greater than 5,000, color the cell yellow. By applying this rule, we will be able to quickly see which cells contain values that are greater than 5,000. Let us understand this with the help of examples. Consider the given sales table, which depicts the amount of sales done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the duplicate order ID values. First, select the order ID column. Click Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Highlight Cells Rules and select Duplicate Values. A Duplicate Values dialog box appears. Select a formatting style from the drop-down menu. In our example, we will choose Green Fill with dark green text. Click OK. Here, we can see that the conditional formatting is applied to the column Order ID. Excel highlights all the duplicate cells with green fill with dark green text. We can also explore other options available in conditional formatting, like greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains, a date occurring, and top/bottom rules. All these rules work in the similar format. Excel provides predefined styles to quickly apply conditional formatting to our data. They are data bars. Data bars are horizontal bars added to each column, much like a bar graph. Color scales. Color scales change the color of each cell based on its value. Each color scale uses a 2 or 3 color gradient. Icon sets. Icon sets add specific icon to each cell based on its value. Let us consider another example to explain how icon set rules are used. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to apply the icon set rule. If sales amount is greater than 8,000, then a green arrow should appear in the upward direction. If sales amount is between 5,000 and 8,000, then show a yellow arrow in the horizontal direction. And if sales amount is less than 5,000, then show a red arrow in the downward direction. To perform conditional formatting, select the desired cells, click on Home tab. Under Styles panel, select the option Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, hover the mouse over Icon Set Rules and select the first rule. Again, click on Conditional Formatting, select the option Manage Rules from the drop-down. A Conditional Formatting Rules Manager dialog box appears. Go to Icon Set Rule and select 3 Icon Set Rule. Click on Edit Rule, and an Edit Rule Formatting dialog box appears. By default, for 3 Icon Set Rule, Excel uses the 67th percentile and the 33rd percentile rule. This means that it shows a green arrow for values greater than 67%, yellow arrows for values between 67 and 33%, and red arrow for values less than 33%. Now let us customize this rule for our criteria. In the Type drop-down, select the option As Number. In the Value Reference box, enter value as 8,000 for green color arrow and 5,000 for yellow color arrow. Excel automatically picks the criteria for the red color arrow. Click OK. In the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager window, click OK. We can see that the cells are highlighted as per our criteria. Cells which have a value greater than 8,000 have a green arrow in the upward direction. Values between 5K and 8K are highlighted with a yellow arrow, and values less than 5K are highlighted with a red arrow. We can also apply conditional formatting rule with the help of formulas. Consider the given table, which shows the profit done by each salesman. Here, we want to highlight the rows in the table wherever profit is greater than 4,000. Select the entire table along with headings. Click on Conditional Formatting. Select the option New Rule from the drop-down. A new formatting rule dialog box appears. Under Select Rule Type, select the option Use a formula to determine which cells to format. Under Format Values reference box, enter the formula as equals if, open bracket, $H2 greater than 4,000, comma, true, comma, false, close bracket. This will apply formatting to a cell if the profit is greater than 4,000. Click on Format button. From the Format Cells dialog box, select the Fill tab. From the Color dialog box, select the color as green. Finally, click OK. The conditional formatting is successfully applied to the cells. Here, we can see that the cells with the profit greater than 4,000 are highlighted with the green color. Logical functions evaluate a cell or cells for a criteria and returns a Boolean value, true or false. In this topic, we will cover various logical functions like if, and, or, not, true, false. Consider the given sales table. Here, on the basis of the sales amount, we want to determine the commission percentage of each salesman. Following is the criteria. If net sales greater than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 5%. If net sales greater than or equal to 5,000 and less than or equal to 10,000, set commission as 2.5%. If net sales less than 5,000, set commission as 1.5%. This is a common condition where we're required to create a between formula that picks all values between the two given values. In such conditions, we use if with the AND function. Let's write the formula in cell I5. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign. Then type our function name, if, and then type an open parentheses. The first parameter we need to pass is a logical test. Here, the logical test is if sales, cell G5, greater than or equal to 10,000, assign value as 5%. Then we will pass the second logical test. Here, we will use AND function. If, open bracket, and, open bracket, sales at cell G5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, at cell G5 less than or equal to 10,000, comma, assign value as 2.5%. In the else parameter, we will type 1.5%. This means that if the first two cases become false, then the formula will assign the value 1.5. Finally, close the two braces for the two ifs. Thus, Excel returns the result as 2.5% for cell G5. Now drag the formula with the help of the fill handle. We can see the results for the other cells as well. The OR function returns true if any of the conditions are true and returns false if all of the conditions are false. In the given table, we are required to assign performance remarks for each salesman as per the scaling table. In scaling table, we have the criteria that if net sales greater than 10,000 or profit greater than 5,000, set remark as good. Else, set remark as needs improvement. Let's write the formula using if, and, or to check sales and maximum sales in cell J5. So our formula becomes equals if, open bracket, or, open bracket, G5 greater than 10,000, comma, H5 greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, double quote, good, double quote, comma, double quote, need improvement, double quote, close bracket. Let's drag this formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. This formula will return true if any of the condition is true. Thus, in the given example, the cell J9 returns good, even if profit is less than 5,000. Our next function is true/false. True/false returns true and false respectively if we write them in any cell. The not function reverses the result of the function. If result is true, it returns false, else true. Let's write formula as equal, not, open bracket, K5, close bracket, in cell L5. This returns the result as false. Let us now study about different lookup and reference functions used in Excel, such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, match, index, and offset function. The VLOOKUP function lets us search for specific information in the current worksheet. Say we have a list of students with marks. We can search for the marks of a specific student. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the extract from our master sales table. The table depicts sales information based on order ID, products sold, salesmen, and net sales. Now we want to determine the net sales corresponding to order ID 1121. Let's understand how we can accomplish this using the VLOOKUP function. Note that VLOOKUP function is only used for vertical tables. Let's use cell I2 to add the formula. Like any other formula, we will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, VLOOKUP, and then type an open parentheses. Now we will add the arguments. The first argument is lookup value. Lookup value corresponds to the value or item we are searching for. So, in our example, it will be order ID 1121, cell H2. The second argument is table array. Table array is the cell range that contains the data. In this example, our data is in cell B2 to E40. The third argument is column index number. The column index number is the column number in which we are looking for information. Here, in our table array, net sales is the fourth column, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. This value corresponds if we are looking for approximate matches or not, and can have value either true or false. True denotes the approximate match, and false denotes the exact match. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equal VLOOKUP, open bracket, H2, comma, B2, colon, E40, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. We can see that the function returns the value as 2277. Note that the VLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means the lookup value should always be present in the leftmost column of our table array. If our table is in horizontal format and we want to determine a specific value, then we use the HLOOKUP function. Consider the given table. Let's write the formula in cell I4. We will start with the equal sign, then type our function name, HLOOKUP, and then type open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be order ID equals 1121, cell 84. The second argument is table array. In this example, our data is in cell G8 to AS11. The third argument is row index number. Here, our table array net sales is the fourth row, so our third argument will be 4. The fourth argument is range lookup. Here, we will pass false. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function has the form equals HLOOKUP, open bracket, H4, comma, G8, colon, AS11, comma, 4, comma, false, close bracket. The function returns the value 2277. Note that HLOOKUP function works from left to right. That means lookup value should always be in the topmost row of your table array. The match function searches for a specified value in an item in a single dimensional array, and then returns the relative position of that item in the array. Let us understand its functioning with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table shown. Here, we want to determine the position of the corresponding date in the original table. So let's write the formula in cell E5. Type =, then type the function name, match, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the lookup value. So in our example, it will be date in cell B5. The second argument is lookup array. The lookup array is a range of cells that contains the value we are searching for. In this example, we will select the cells B17 to B1342. The third argument is match type. Match type can be either -1, 0, or 1. The value should be 1 if we want to find the largest value less than or equal to the lookup value. The value should be 0 if we want to find the first value exactly equal to lookup value. It should be -1 if we want to find the smallest value greater than or equal to lookup value. Here, we will pass the match type as 0, as we require an exact match. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function should look like match, open bracket, B5, comma, $B, $17, colon, $B, $1342, comma, 0, close bracket. This returns the value as 3. Now we can drag the formula across cells with the help of the fill handle. Similarly, we can use the match formula in cell E3 to determine the position of the shown field name, cell C3, in range B17 to I17. For example, net sales is at 7th position in the range B17 to I17. Let's write the function in cell E3. Write formula as =, match, and open parentheses. In the first argument, select cell C3. For second argument, select cells B17 to I17. Pass third argument as 0. Finally, close the parentheses. So our function looks like match, open bracket, C3, comma, $B, $17, colon, $I, $17, comma, 0, close bracket. So for profit loss field, the value returned is 8. Net sale, the value returned is 7th. The index function returns value from a specified position in a specific column in a list. Suppose we want to determine the value of a field mentioned in cell C3 from the sales table on a specified date. The table should dynamically fetch the value if the value of the cell C3 is changed. If we enter profit loss, formula should fetch the profit loss value for the specified date. If we write net sales in cell C3, then formula should fetch net sales value for specified date. So let's use the index function to determine the value in this worksheet. Select cell C5, write formula as =, index, and open parentheses. The first argument is the array. For our example, enter B17, colon, I1342. The second argument is the row num. This corresponds to the row number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E5, which denotes the required date. The third column is colnum. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name in cell C3 in table. Finally, close the parentheses. Thus, our formula returns the value as 6,528 based on the position at cells E5. This is the net sales value on the date, the 2nd of January. Now drag the formula with the fill handle to the other cells as well. The offset function returns a reference to a range that is the offset number of the rows and columns from another range or cell. Now let's understand how to use it. Select cell D5, write formula as offset, and open parentheses. The first argument is the reference. This denotes the starting range from which the offset will be applied. For our example, we will select the reference cell as B17. The second argument is the rows. This denotes the number of rows to apply as the offset to the reference. This can be a positive or a negative number. So for our example, we will enter E5 minus 1. Here, we are subtracting 1 to match number of row which have the value and the offset from the reference cell. The third argument is the calls. This corresponds to the column number that has the value we want to return. Here, we will enter E3, which denotes the position of the field name, and subtract by 1 to match with the offset referencing. Finally, close the parentheses. The function returns the value based on the position of date from cell B5 and field from cell C3. Now drag the formula across the cells with the help of the fill handle. If we enter profit-loss, formula should fetch the profit-loss value for the specified date. A variety of statistical functions are available in Excel to perform calculations ranging from basic function, mean, median, and mode, to more composite distribution and test, binomial or chi-square. In this topic, we will cover various statistical functions like SUMIF, COUNTIFs, percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median. SUMIFs and COUNTIFs are the most frequently used functions in Excel. These functions allow us to perform count and sum based on one or more criteria. The SUMIFs function calculates the sum of cells based on certain criteria. Let's understand how to use the function with the help of an example. Consider the given sales table. Say we want to determine the net sales done by salesman Justin. Here, we will use the SUMIFs function to calculate net sales. So let's write the formula in cell N4. Type $, then type the function name SUMIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the sum range. This is the input range that contains the required data. So in our example, we will select cells H4 to H1328. The second argument is the criteria range. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the range that holds salesman's name, cells E4 to E1328. The third argument is criteria. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require net sales of the salesman Justin, so we will select cell M4. Finally, close the parentheses. Note that we can pass multiple criteria in this function. The function returns the net sales done by Justin. COUNTIFs function works in a similar manner like SUMIFs. It counts the number of cells in a given range when certain criteria is met. Say in the given sales table, we want to determine the total number of sales for net sales greater than 8,000. To determine the count, we will use the COUNTIFs function. So let's write the formula in cell N5. Type the $, then type the function name, COUNTIFs, and then type an open parentheses. The first argument is the criteria range, 1. This denotes the range that contains the required criteria. Here, we will pass the cells containing net sales, H4 to H1328. The second argument is criteria 1. This corresponds to our required criteria. We only require entries with net sales greater than 8,000, so we will enter greater than 8,000. Finally, Close the parentheses. Note that the function allows you to enter multiple criteria. Cell N5 reflects the total number of sales as 445 for net sales greater than 8,000. In this topic, we will learn how to use the functions percentile, quartile, standard deviation, and median in Excel. Consider the given sales table. Let's see how to use the percentile function on net sales to find its 40th percentile. Select the cell N6. Write the formula as %, open bracket. Select the column net sales H4 to H1328 as our first argument. Pass the second argument as 0.4 in order to find the 40th percentile. This returns the result 5,220. This means that 40% of the net sales is less than or equal to 5,220. The next function is quartile. Quartile function depicts the results for the first, second, third, and fourth quartile. Say we want to find the total number of sales which are less than or equal to 25%. Let's use the quartile function to calculate this. Select cell N7 to write the formula. Type =, function name is quartile, and open braces. Select net sales column H4 to H1328 as the first argument. Type 1 as the second argument. The second argument must be a number between 0 and 4. The function returns the value as 3,822, which means that 25% of the sale is less than or equal to 3,822. Note that here we can use the percentile function to perform the same task. The function percentile H4 to H1328, 0.25 gives us the same result. It's up to us which function we would like to use for the quartiles. Excel has a function to calculate sample standard deviations, STDEV. Standard deviation determines how dispersed the data is from the mean. Say we want to calculate the standard deviation for a number of customers. So write the formula in cell N8 as equals the function name STDEV, open braces. Select number of customers columns as its argument. The function returns the result 1.4. The median function returns the value from the range. For example, we want to find the mid value for net sales. To calculate median in cell N9, write the formula as =, the function name median, then open braces. Select net sales column as its argument. This calculates the mid value of net sales as 6,192. Rank function is used to compare a number from the rest of the numbers in a list in any order, whether ascending or descending. This function returns the rank of the number relative to the other values in the list. Let's use rank function in cell J4 to calculate rank on the basis of net sales. Select cell J4 and write the formula as =, then type the function name rank, and then type in open parentheses. The first argument is the number. This is the value whose rank we are required to calculate. Here we will pass the argument cell H4. The second argument is ref. This corresponds to the array or reference list. Here we will select the column net sales, i.e. cells H4 to H1328. The third number is order. This specifies how to rank the number. 0 means descending order, and 1 denotes ascending order. This argument is optional. If we don't pass any argument, Excel automatically takes the argument 0. Here we will pass 0. Finally, close the parentheses. Here we can see that Excel has determined the rank for net sales 7,164 as 553. finally, we can drag the formula and can see the rank for the other cells based on net sales.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is, it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the absolute values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and it can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click record macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed. And what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button, and the mouse changes to a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it work order accounts as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macro. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet, we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro, and this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We will look into those in details in the next sections. Now one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns, or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see the this is the toolbar section where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it is simply shows you the menu wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel code that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, this will work, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I'll go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as a number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so we as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under course, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the bracket, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but uses needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example I'll try to sub or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply, and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the, which says value of A is so and so. So I'm going to give value of A as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of A is so and so. Value of A is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of A. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of A, the message box pops up saying the value of A is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some, when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. This is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report, and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box. I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are this is one more way where you can run a code or do a simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See, again I do it to B10. Okay, so this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying the cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets, I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, bing. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be as I said, there will be by requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. And copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this and I'll show you how. First we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, it should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's okay. See, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay here. I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see. So it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count, Let's see how it should calculate or give the message, the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, it should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of. See, so this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select the result. You can't do this manually entering, so you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show it down, and I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score the variable is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, And now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change it to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be pass. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition here. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. Okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed and the next is taken up, so and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is, I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1, it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have these values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what? With the color index. Okay, and the value of x. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So currently I am on my MySQL workbench. Let me connect to the local instance. So I'll give my password. I'll click on OK. Alright. So this is my MySQL workbench query editor. So first we are going to learn subqueries. Let me give a comment and write subqueries. Alright. So first of all, let's understand what a subquery is. So a subquery is a query within another SQL query that is embedded within the where clause, from clause or having clause. So we'll explore a few scenarios where we can use subqueries. So for that, I'll be using my database, that is SQL_intro. So I'll write my command use SQL_intro. Now this database has a lot of tables. I'll be using the employees table that is present inside SQL_intro. Let me just expand this, and you can see here we have an employees table. So let me first show you the contents within this table. I'll write select star from employees. Let me execute it. Okay, you can see here we have the employee ID, employee name, age, gender, there's date of join, department, city and salary, and we have information for 20 employees. If I scroll down, you can see there are 20 employees present in our table. So let's say you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than the average salary. In such a scenario, you can use a subquery. So let me show you how to write a subquery. I'll write the select statement. In the select statement, I'll pass my column names that I want to display. So the column names I want are the employee name. Then I want the department of the employee and the salary of the employee from my table name, that is employees. Next, I'll use a where condition where my salary should be greater than the average salary of all the employees. So I'll write salary greater than. After this, I'm going to write my subquery. So I'll give select average of salary from my table name, that is employees, and I'll close the bracket and give a semicolon. So what it does is, first it is going to find the average salary of all the employees that are present in our table. Once we get the average salary number, we'll use this where condition where salary is greater than the average salary number. So the inside subquery, let me run it first. If I run this gives you the average salary of all the employees, which is $75,350. Now I want to display all the employees who have salary greater than $75,350. So let's run our subquery. There you go. So there are 8 employees in our table who have a salary greater than the average salary of all the employees. Alright. Next, let's see another example. Suppose this time you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So we have one employee whose name is John. Let me run the table once again. Okay, if I scroll down, you see we have an employee as John. You see this? Our employee ID 116 is John and his salary is $67,000. I want to display all the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So basically all the employees who are earning more than $65,000, I want to print them. So let's see how to do it. I'll write select, I want the employee name, comma, the gender of the employee. I also want the department and salary from my table name, that is employees. I'll write where salary is greater than. I'll start my opening bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to give my inner query, that is select salary from employees where the employee name is John. So within single quotations, I'll give John as my employee. I'll end with a semicolon. So let me first run my inner query. So this will give us the salary that John has, which is $67,000. Now I want the employees who are earning more than $67,000. So let's run our subquery. Okay, so you can see 12 rows returned, which means there are 12 employees in our table who are earning more than $67,000. You see here, all these employees have a salary greater than $67,000. Okay. Now, you can also use subqueries with 2 different tables. So suppose you want to display some information that are present in 2 different tables, you can use subqueries to do that. So for this example, we'll use a database that is called classic models. You can see the first database. So let me use this database called classic models. I'll write use classic models. Now this database was actually downloaded from the internet. There's a very nice website. I'll just show you the website name. So this is the website, that is mysqltutorial.org. You can see here they have very nice articles, blogs from where you can learn MySQL in detail. So we have downloaded the database, that is classic models, from this website. You see here they have a MySQL sample database. If you click on this, it will take you to the link where you can download the database. So they have this download link which says download MySQL sample database, and the name of the database is Classic Models. Alright, so we are going to use this Classic Models database throughout our demo session. If I expand the tables section, you can see there are a lot of tables that are present inside this Classic Models database. We have cricket, customers, there's employees, office, there's orders, order lines, and many more. So for our subquery, we'll be using two tables, that is order details and products table. First, let me show you the content that is present inside the products table first. If I run this, you see here it says 110 rows returned, which means there are 110 different products that are present in our table, which has the product code, the product name, product line. We have the product vendor, description, quantity in stock, buy price, MSRP. The other table we are going to use is order details, which has the details of all the orders. Let me show you the records order details tables has. Okay, so there are 1000 records present in this table. You have the order number, the product code, quantity ordered, price of each item. You have the order line number as well. Okay, now we want to know the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products whose price of each product is less than $100. For this scenario, we are going to use two different tables and we are going to write a subquery. Okay, so if you see here in the order details table, we have a column called price each. I want to display the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products which have a price of each product less than $100. So the way I'm going to do is, I'll write select product code, comma, product name. Now one thing to remember, that this product name is actually present inside our products table, and product code is present in both the tables, that is products and order details. Here you can see this is the product code column, comma, MSRP, which is present inside the products table again, from my table, that is products, where I'll write product code. I'm going to use the in operator. Next, I'll write my inner query, that is select product code from my table order details, where my price of each product is less than $100. Let me run this. Okay, so you can see there are total 83 products in our table which have a price less than $100. You can see the price here. Okay, now we learn another advanced concept in SQL which is known as stored procedures. I'll just give a comment saying stored procedure. Okay, so first let's understand what is a stored procedure. A stored procedure is an SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. So if you want to write a query over and over again, save it as a stored procedure and then call it to execute it. So in this example, I want to create a stored procedure that will return the list of players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So I have a database called SQL_IQ. These are a few databases that I have already created. So this database has a table called players. If I expand the tables option, you see we have a table called players, and you can see the columns player ID, the name of the player, the country to which the player belongs to, and the number of goals each player has scored in a particular tournament. So I'll write a stored procedure that will return the list of top players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So first of all, let me begin by using my SQL_IQ database. We'll run it. So now we are inside the SQL_IQ database. Let me select star from players to show the values that we have in the players table. You can see there are 6 players in our table. We have the player ID, the names of the players, the country to which these players belong to, and the goals they have scored. So I'll write a stored procedure. So the stored procedure syntax is something like this. It should start with a delimiter. Okay. In the delimiter, I'll write ampersand ampersand. Next, I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say I want to name my procedure as top_players. Next statement is begin. After begin, I'll write my select statement. I want to select the name of the player, the country, and the goals each player has scored from my table, that is players, where I'll write goals is greater than 6. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll end my procedure with a delimiter that was double ampersand. Next, I'll write delimiter and give a semicolon. Now the semicolon suggests this is a default delimiter. And there should be a space. Okay. Now let's run our stored procedure. There you go. So you have successfully created our stored procedure. Now the way to run a stored procedure is you need to use the call method and give the procedure name, that is top_players in our case, with brackets and a semicolon. Let's execute it. Okay, there is some problem here. So we made a mistake while creating a procedure. The name of the column is goals and not goal. Let me create that procedure again. Okay, it says the procedure top_player already exists. Let's just edit the procedure name. Instead of top player, we'll write it as top players, and similarly we'll edit here as well. Now let's create it again. Okay, now to call my procedure, I'll write call space followed by the procedure name, which is top_players. If I run this, you can see we have 2 players in our table who have scored more than 6 goals. So we consider them as the top players in a particular tournament. Alright. Now there are other methods that you can use while creating a stored procedure. One of the methods is by using an in parameter. So when you define an in parameter inside a stored procedure, the calling program has to pass an argument to the stored procedure. So I'll give a comment stored procedure using in parameter. Alright. So for this example, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries. So we have a table in our SQL_IQ database which is called employee details. I'm going to use this table. You can see we have the name of the employee, the age, sex, then we have the date of join, city and salary. Using this table, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries, and we'll use the in parameter. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write delimiter. This time I'm going to use /. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say SP for stored procedure, sort by salary is the name of my procedure, and inside this procedure I'll give my parameter in. I'll create a variable var and assign a data type integer. Then I'll write begin followed by my select statement, where I'll select the name, age, salary from my table name, that is EMP details or employee details. I'm going to order this by salary descending, and I want to display limited number of records, so I'm using this limit keyword and my variable var which I created here. I'll end my select statement. I'll end my stored procedure with / and I'll go back to my default delimiter, that is semicolon. Alright, so let me run this. There should be a space here. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, you can see we have successfully created our second stored procedure, which is sp_sort by salary. Now you can also check whether the stored procedure was created or not. Here you have an option to see the stored procedures. Let me just refresh this, and you can see we have 3 stored procedures that we have created so far. One is sp_sort by salary, the other two were top_player and top_players. Okay, now let's call our stored procedure. I'll write call space followed by the stored procedure name, which is sp_sort by salary, and inside this I'll give my parameter, which was actually var, and this var we have used in limit. Let's say I want to display only the top 3 records of the employees who have the top 3 highest salaries. Okay, so let me run it. There you go. So Amy, Sarah and Jimmy were the top 3 employees who have the highest salary. So you saw how you could use the in parameter in a stored procedure. We created a variable, and that variable we used in our select statement, and we called our stored procedure and passed in that variable. Okay, now instead of a select statement inside a stored procedure, you can also use other statements. Let's say update. So I'll create a stored procedure to update the salary of a particular employee. So in this procedure, instead of select statement, we'll use the update command. In this example, we'll use the in operator twice. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write my delimiter first, which is going to be / then I'll write create procedure. My name of the procedure is going to be update salary, and inside the update salary name I'll write in, and then temp underscore name, which will be a temporary name variable, and the type I'll assign is varchar 20. I'll again use my in parameter. I'll write in. Next, my other variable would be new_salary, and the data type would be float. I'll write begin and write my update command or update statement. I'll write update table name, that is employee details, set salary equal to new_salary, where name is equal to my temporary variable, that is temp_name. So this is my update command, and I'll end the delimiter. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, we have successfully created our stored procedure. If I refresh this, you can see I have my stored procedure update underscore salary. Okay, now let's say, first of all, I'll display my records that are present inside employee underscore details table. Okay, so we have 6 rows of information. Let's say you want to update the salary of employee Jimmy, or let's say Mary, from 70,000 to, let's say, 72,000, or let's say 80,000. So I'll call my stored procedure, that is update underscore salary, and this time I'm going to pass in 2 parameters. The first parameter will be the employee name, and next, with a comma, I'll give my new salary that I want to. So my employee name, let's say, is Mary, and the salary I want to be updated is, let's say, $80,000. I'll give a semicolon and I'll run it. You can see it says 1 row affected. Now let's check our table once again. There you go. If you see this record, for Mary we have successfully updated the salary to $80,000. Now moving ahead, we learn to create a stored procedure using the out parameter. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using out parameter. Okay, so suppose we want to get the count of total female employees. We will create total employees as an output parameter, and the data type would be an integer. The count of the female employees is assigned to the output variable, which is total underscore EMPs, using the into keyword. Let me show you how to write a stored procedure using the out parameter. So first I'll declare my delimiter, 2/. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. It is going to be sp underscore count employees, and inside this I am going to give my out parameter and the variable name, that is total underscore EMPs, which is total employees, and the data type will be integer. Next I am going to write begin followed by my select statement, that is select. I want the count of total employees, and the output I am going to put into my new variable, that is total underscore EMPs. From my table, that is EMP underscore details, where sex is equal to F, which means female, I'll give a semicolon. Next I'll end it with the delimiter, and I'm going to change the delimiter to a default delimiter, that is colon. So let me tell you what I am doing here. I'm creating a new stored procedure, that is sp underscore count employees. Using this stored procedure, I am going to count the total number of female employees that are present in our table emp underscore details. So I've used my out parameter and I'm creating a new variable called total underscore EMPs. The data type is integer. Here in the select statement, I'm counting the names of the employees, and the result I'm storing it in total underscore EMPs. I have used my where condition where the gender or the sex is female. So let's run this. Okay, so we have created our stored procedure. Let's refresh this. Okay, you can see we have our new stored procedure, sp underscore count employees. Now to call it, I'll write call the name of the procedure, that is count underscore sp underscore count employees. Within brackets, I'll pass in the parameter as @f underscore emp. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll write select @f_emp as female employees. Okay, so as is an alias name, let's run this one by one. First I'll call my procedure and then we'll display the total number of female employees. You can see in our table we have 3 female employees. Alright, now with this understanding, let's move on to our next topic in this tutorial on advanced SQL. Now we are going to learn about triggers in SQL. So I'll give a comment here, triggers in SQL. So first let's understand what is a trigger. So a trigger is a special type of stored procedure that runs automatically when an event occurs in the database server. Now, there are mainly 3 types of triggers in SQL. We have the data manipulation trigger, we have the data definition trigger and login triggers. In this example, we will learn how to use a before insert trigger. So we will create a simple students table that will have the student's roll number, the age, the name and the student's marks. So before inserting the records to our table, we'll check if the marks are less than 0. So in case the marks are less than 0, our trigger will automatically set the marks to a random value, let's say 50. So let's go ahead and create our table, that is students. Alright. So I'll write create table student . Now this table will have the student roll number, the data type is integer, it will have the age of the students, again the data type is integer, we have the names of the students, so the third column would be name, the data type would be variable or varying character, size I am giving it as 30, finally we have the marks as floating type. So let's create this table which is student. So we have created our table. Now I'll write my trigger command. So trigger command will start with delimiter like how our usual stored procedures have. Next, this time I'll write create trigger. Then you need to give the name of the trigger, that is mark underscore, let's say verify. I'm going to use a before insert trigger, so I'll write before insert on my table name, that is student. Next I'll write for each row if new dot marks is less than 0, then we'll set new dot marks equal to 50. So this is my condition. First we'll check before inserting, if any student has marks less than 0, we'll assign a value 50 to that student, because usually the marks are not less than 0 in any exam. I'll write end if semicolon and I'll close the delimiter. So this is my trigger command. I'll run it. It says trigger already exists. So in this case we need to update the trigger name. Let's say I'll write marks underscore verify underscore student for ST. Let's run it again. Okay, there is an error here because in our table the column name is mark and not marks. So here we need to change it as mark instead of marks. Alright, let's run it. Okay, so we have created our trigger. Now let me insert a few records to the student table. So I'll write insert into student. I'll write values I'll give the values as 501, which is the student roll number. The age is, let's say, 10. The name is, let's say, Ruth. And the marks is, let's say, 75.0. Give a comma. We'll insert our second student record. Student roll number is 502. Age is 12. The name is, let's say, Mike. And this time I'm purposely giving a value of minus 20.5. Give another comma. We'll insert the third record for student roll number 503. Age is 13. The name is Dave. And let's say the marks obtained by Dave is 90. Now we'll insert our final record for student number 504. The age is 10. Name I'll enter as Jacobs. And this time again I'm purposely giving the marks in negative 12 point, let's say 5. I close the bracket and give a semicolon, and I'll run my insert statement. Okay, so we have inserted 4 rows of information to our student table. Now let me run the select query. I'll write select star from student. If I run this, you see the difference. There you go. So originally we had inserted for 502 the marks was minus 20.5, and for 504 for Jacobs the marks was minus 12.5. Our trigger automatically converted the negative marks to 50, because when we created our trigger we had set our marks to 50 in case the marks were less than 0. So this is how a trigger works. Now you can also drop a trigger or delete a trigger. You can just write drop trigger followed by the trigger name. In this case our trigger name is marks underscore verify underscore st. I'll just paste this here, and if you run this it will automatically delete your trigger. I'll give this as a comment. Okay. Now moving on. Now we are going to learn about another crucial concept in SQL which is very widely used. This is known as views. So views are actually virtual tables that do not store any data of their own but display data stored in other tables. Views are created by joining one or more tables. I'll give a comment as views in SQL. Okay. Now to learn views, I am going to use my table which is present inside Classic Models database. Now this database, as I mentioned, we had downloaded it from the internet. So first of all, let me write use Classic Models. So I'll switch my database first. Alright, now we are inside Classic Models. So here let me show you one of the tables which is called customers. So I'll write select star from customers. Okay, I missed S here. Let's run it again. So this is my customer table which is present inside Classic Models database. It has the contact last name, the contact first name, the customer name, customer number, we have the address, state, country, and other information. Now I'll write a basic view command using this customer table. The way to write is I'll write create view followed by the view name which is cust underscore details. Then you write as select. I'm going to select a few column names from my original customer table, which is this one. So I need the customer name. Let's say I need the phone number and the city. So you have this information here. You have the phone number and the city. Alright. I'll write from my table, that is customers. If I run this, my view, that is cust details, will be created. Let's run it. There's some error here because the name of the table is customers and not customer. I'll give an S and I'll run it again. Alright, so you can see we have created our view, and to display the contents that are present inside our view, I can write select star from followed by the view name, that is cust_details. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the customer name, the phone number and the city of the different customers that we have in our table. Alright. Now let's learn how you can create views using joins. So we'll join two different tables and create a view. So for that I am going to use my products table and the products lines table. I'm talking about the products table and the product lines table present inside classic models database. So before I start, let me display the records that are present inside the products table. Let's run it. So these are the different products you can see here. Now let's see what we have in product lines table. So we have the product line, the text description, and there is some HTML description and image. So I'll create a view by joining these two tables and will fetch specific records that are present in both the tables. So let me first start by writing create view followed by the view name, that is product_description, as I'll write select product name, comma, then I'll write quantity in stock. I also want the MSRP. Now these three columns are present inside the products table, and next from the product lines table I want the text description of the products. So I'll write from products table, I'll give an alias as P followed by inner join my other table, that is product lines, as let's say PL on the common column, that is product line. So P dot product line is equal to, I'll give a space, PL dot product line. Okay, so here we have used an inner join to fetch specific columns from both the tables, and our view name is product_description. Let us run it. Alright, so we have our view ready. Now let me view or display what is present inside our product_description view. I'll write select star from product_description. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the product name, the quantity in stock, MSRP, and textual descriptions of the different products in the table. Okay, now there are a few other operations that you can perform. Let's say you want to rename a view. Instead of product_description, you want to give some other name. So I'll just give a comment, rename description. So to rename a description, you can use the rename statement. I'll write rename table product_description, which is my old name. I want to change this name to, let's say, I'll give vehicle description, since all our products are related to some of the other vehicle. So I'll write vehicle description. Okay, let us run it. Alright, so here you can see I have renamed my view. So here if I just refresh it and I'll expand this, you can see we have the cust details view and we have the vehicle_description view. Okay, now Either you can view all the views from this panel, or you can use a command. Let's say I'll write display views is the comment. Now to show all the views, you can use show full tables, where table underscore type is equal to, within single quote I'll write view. So this is the command that will display all the views that are present inside a database. There is some error here. Let's debug the error. This should be okay. So instead of table types, it should be table type equal to view. Let's run it. You can see the two different views that we have. One is customer details, another is vehicle underscore description. Okay. Now you can also go ahead and delete a view. For that you can use the drop command. So I'll write drop view followed by the view name. Let's say I want to delete customer underscore details or cust underscore details view. I'll write drop view cust underscore details. Let's run it. You can see here we don't have the cust underscore details view anymore. Alright. Now moving to our final section in this demo. Here we will learn about Windows functions. Now, Windows functions were incorporated in MySQL in the 8.0 version. So Windows function in MySQL are useful applications in solving analytical problems. So using the employees table present inside my SQL underscore intro database, so we'll find the total combined salary of the employees for each department. So first let me switch my database to SQL underscore intro database. I'll run it. Okay. I'll display my table, that is employee. So here we have 20 employees in our table. Using this table, we are going to find the combined salary of the employees for each department. So we'll partition our table by department and print the total salary. And this we are going to do using some Windows functions in MySQL. So I'll write select. I want the employee name, the age of the employee, and the department of the employee, comma. Next I'll write the sum of salary over, I want to partition it by department. So I'll write partition by department, which is DEPT, and I'll give an alias as total salary, so that it will create a new column with the name total salary from my table, that is employees. The output will be a little different this time. Let's execute it and see the result. There you go. So here we have created another column in our result, that is total salary, and for each of the employees and the respective departments we have the highest salary. So in finance, the highest salary of one of the employees was $155,000. Similarly, if I come down, we have the highest salary from HR. If I scroll further, we have the highest salary from IT, marketing, product, sales, and the tech team. Alright. Now we'll explore a function which is called row number. Now the row number function gives a sequential integer to every row within its partition. So let me show you how to use the row number function. I'll write select row underscore number function over my column would be salary. So I'll write order by salary. I'll give the alias as row num, give a comma, and I want to display the employee name and the salary of the employee from my table, that is employees, and I'll order by salary. So let's see how our row number function will create sequential integers. Okay, you can see here we have a row num column and we have successfully given row numbers to each of the records. You can see it starts from 1 and goes up till 20. Okay. Now this row number function can be used to find duplicate values in a table. To show that, first I'll create a table. I'll write create table. Let's say I'll give a random name, that is demo. And let's say we have in this table the student ID, which is of type integer, and we have the student name, which is of type varchar. The size is 20. I'll create the small table with a few records. Let's create this table first. Now we are going to insert a few records to our demo table. So I'll write insert into demo values. I'll give 101. The name is Shane. Give a comma. I'll insert the second student name 102. The name is Bradley. I'll give a comma. This time for 103 we have 2 records. Let's say the name of the student is Herath. I'll give a comma. I'll copy this and we'll paste it again. So we have duplicated 103. Next we have 104. The name of the student, let's say, is Nathan. Then again, let's say for the 5th student, which is Kevin, we have 2 records. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Let me give a semicolon and we'll insert these records to our table demo. Alright. Now let me just run this table for you. I'll write select star from demo. If you see this, we have a few information that are duplicated in our table, that is for student ID 103 and student ID 105. Now I am going to use my row number function to find the duplicate records present in my table. I'll write select student underscore ID comma student underscore name. I'll give another comma and write row underscore number over within brackets. I'll write partition by st underscore id comma st underscore name. Okay, then I'll write order by st underscore id, close the bracket. I'll give an alias as row num from my table, that is demo. Let's just run it. You can see here, okay, let me just delete n from here and do it again. Alright, now if you see here, there is just one student in the name Shane. We have one student in the name Bradley. But here if you see, for Herath, the second record it says 2, which means there are 2 records for Herath. And if I scroll down, there is 1 record for Nathan and there are 2 records for Kevin, which means Kevin is also repeated. Okay, now we are going to see another Windows function that is called rank function in MySQL. So the rank function assigns a rank to a particular column. Now there are gaps in the sequence of ranked values when 2 or more rows have the same rank. So first of all, let me create a table, and the name of the table would be a random name. We'll give it as, let's say, demo1, and it will have only one column, let's say variable a of type integer. We'll create this table first. Okay, now let's go ahead and insert a few records to our table, which is demo1. So I'll write value 101, 102, let's say 103 is repeated. I'm doing this purposely so that in the output you can clearly distinguish what the rank function does. Next we have 104, 105, we have 106, and let's say 106 is also repeated. Finally we have 107. Okay, let me insert these values to my table, that is demo1. Okay, this is done. Now if I write select var underscore a and use my rank function, I'll write rank over, then I'll order by my variable, that is var underscore a, as an alias name, let's say test rank, from my table, that is demo1. Let me execute this and show you how the rank function works. Now if I run this, there you go. So here if you mark, so for variable a101 the test rank is 1, for 102 the test rank is 2, but for this value which is 103 the test rank is repeated because there was a repetition for 103. So we have skipped the rank 4 here. For 104 the rank is 5 now, for 105 the rank is 6 now. For 106 again, since the record was repeated twice, we have skipped the 8th rank and our rank function has assigned the same value which is 7 for 106, and for the last value 107 the rank is 9. Alright. Now moving ahead, we'll see our final Windows function which is called first value. So first value is another important function in MySQL. So this function returns the value of the specified expression with respect to the first row in the window frame. Alright. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select the employee name, the age and salary, and I'll write first underscore value, which is my function, and pass in my employee name, and then I'll write over order by my column, that is salary descending. I'll give an alias as highest underscore salary from my table, that is employees. So let me run this and see how the first underscore value function works. Alright, so in our table Joseph was the employee who had the highest salary, which was $115,000. So the first value function populated the same employee name throughout the table. You can see it here. Now you can also use the first underscore value function over the partition. So let's say you want to display the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. So for that you can use the partition. I'll write select emp underscore name, comma, I want the department and the salary, comma, I'll use my function, that is first underscore value, followed by the name of the employee inside my first value parameter. I'll write over, here I'm going to use partition. I'm going to partition it by department, since I want to know the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. And I'm going to order by salary descending, and I'll give my alias again as highest salary from my table, that is employees. So let's run this and see the difference in the output. Okay, so as you can see here, we have the employee who had the highest salary from each department. So for finance, Jack had the highest salary. From HR it was Marcus. Similarly in IT it was William. If I scroll down, for marketing it was John. For product it was Alice who had the highest salary. Similarly in sales we had Joseph, and in tech we had Angela. So this is how you can use the first underscore value function using partition. Alright, so that brings us to the end of this demo session on our tutorial. So let me just scroll through and show you what we did from the beginning. First we learnt about subqueries in SQL. So we initially wrote a simple subquery, and then we used our classic models database which was downloaded from the internet. I'd also shown you the link from where you can download this database. Here we used two different tables and we performed a subquery operation. We learned how to create stored procedures. So we learned how you can use the in operator or the in parameter as well as the out parameter in stored procedure. After stored procedure, we learned another crucial concept in SQL which is called triggers. Now triggers are also a special kind of stored procedures. So we saw how to write a before insert trigger. You can see it here. Next, we learned how to delete a trigger. We also saw how to work with views in SQL. So views are basically virtual tables that you can create from existing tables. We also saw how you can use views using two different tables and an inner join. And we learned how to display views, how to rename view names, how to delete a view, and finally we explored a few Windows functions.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
In this session, we will start with certain exercises which we will perform in Tableau in order to understand some basic concepts. Now, in order to learn Tableau, the basic first step is to import a sample data. So in our case, what we have done is we have imported a sample superstore which is in Excel format, a sample superstore.excel, which has three worksheets in it: orders, people, and returns. So by importing this data into Tableau, first of all, we will create relationships between these sheets in order to identify who all have placed orders and how many people have returned the orders. We will do some analysis on the orders placed by a certain set of people and order returned by a certain set of people. Now, as we have imported the sheet, we will make certain joins. So the first step is to drag the orders table, the order sheet, on the relationship canvas here. Okay, and you can see the data, sample data, the first 100 rows over here. Okay, then now we need to create an inner join with people's table between order and people. Okay, so if you see, it has automatically detected the field names on which the inner join has to be created. So on the order side you have region, and on the right hand side, which is the people data, you have also a region. Okay, so both these columns are common, and that's how we have made a join between orders and people data. So if I close this box and go and check the people's data, open, so see the region and the person, these two columns from the people table have now been joined with the orders table, right? So it means that these are the orders in a particular region which has been placed by in this region. Let me show you the sample superstore Excel file. Now this is the structure of the file. You have a sample list of transactions, basically the orders which are placed by customers across multiple regions, south, west of USA, south region, west region. Then you have a list of order IDs which have been returned. So basically the order ID in the returns sheet matches with those orders in the orders table. And then you have the people sheet in which you have region and a person associated with that region, the salesperson associated with that region. Okay, so basically when we are joining orders with people, we are joining that which orders belongs to which region and who's the salesperson associated with it. So what we have done over here is we have made an inner join, means all the orders should belong to particular region and that region is in the people's sheet. And then in the second step, now we will make a left join between returns and orders, not inner join. We will make a left join between returns and orders, and we will make a join using the order ID. Okay, so just edit this, click on left and select order ID as the join column. Now what does left join means? Left join means is that consider all the orders from the orders table and only consider the orders from the returns table which have data, means which are returned. Otherwise show null for the order IDs which are not returned. So if you see, these are the two columns from the returns table, and these are null because this is relevant to the order IDs which are not returned, okay, which has been accepted by the customer. But these are the orders for which you see data in the returned and order ID column. It means that these have been returned. Now with these joins in place, please save your book, and now we have our relations created in the Tableau. Now we are ready to create certain reports and extract certain KPIs using this relationship model. Now we'll move to sheet 1. Okay, and first we will place state and person on the rows sheet. Okay, then I'll go to my numbers and put the profit or the, so per state, per person, how much profit I am making as a company. Okay, this is my goal to check. Now sort by highest to lowest. So California is giving me the maximum profit of 76,381, then New York, then Washington. So this is the sorted order in which I have listed my profit in descending order. Now I can also check what are the number of orders placed and check the distinct count. So out of 120, out of the total orders of 127, Okay, so this is the total number of orders which have been returned for California is 127. It's 16, 29. So the sorted order is as per the revenue, as per the profit, and this is the details of the orders which have been returned per state. So if you see for Connecticut, for Kansas, there are 0 returns. So you can also extract data. Table to refresh is orders and identify new rows using order date. So as and when new data is being added, you can refresh it. Now say extract, and now you can save this information, profit by state, and click save. So this is the extraction of this particular report which is possible in Tableau. So this is the first exercise which we have completed for reviewing and analyzing the profit per state, highest to lowest, and within that per state, what are the number of orders which have been returned by all the customers, the distinct count of order IDs which have been returned. Now let's start our second exercise on creating calculated fields in Tableau. Now in this exercise, we will be doing certain activities, like we will be creating a set to show the states which have more than 100 customers. Then we will be creating a calculated field to show an average sales per customer. Okay. Then we will create a calculated field to show the sales goals, and then show emerging and developing stage. So these are the 4 KPIs which we have to derive. Now, the first thing, we have our sample superstore data already imported and the relationships created, inner join with people and left join with returns. Now we have our sheet 2 in which we will create the states, a list of states which has more than 100 customers. So what we have to do is we have to right click on the customer name and click create set. Okay. Now we have to give the name as states with 100 plus customers, and then go to the condition tab, select by field, and then apply condition as count of customer name greater than equal to 100 and click OK. Now we have this set created, states with 100 plus customers. Now to determine average sales by customer, we have to now create a calculated field. So go to the analysis and click on create calculate field. Okay. Now name it as average sales per customer, and now we will say average we will use a okay, so we are saying that per customer we are using a level of definition function include, which means that per customer what is my average sales, right? We've already used a function, aggregated function called average. So we are saying per customer, give me the total and then give me the average per customer. So we're going to click OK. Now create another calculated field. You can also create from here and name it as sales goal. Now in this we are going to type the formula if minimum states with 100 plus customers equal to true, then sum of sales into 1.3, else average sales per customer into 100. So we are saying that if the customer belongs to the set of states with 100 plus customers, then the sales target should be 1.3 times the actual sales as of today, else it should be 100% of the average sales per customer. Now let's create another calculated field which we call as emerging or developing state. If distinct count of customer name is greater than equal to 100, then the state is tagged as developing state, else it is called as emerging state. Okay, so we have now 3 calculated fields: average sales per customer, emerging or developing state, and sales goals. Now we will use this in our reporting. So we will drag sales goal under the columns and then I'll drop my state. So now this is the state wise sales goal, depending whether the state has 100 plus customers or not. Then add your customer name. Make the measure as count distinct and make it as discrete. Okay, so if you see this, we have the count of customers per state and the sales goal for that particular state. And now I'll put my sum of sales, the total sales which I want per, which is there per state. Now go to show me and select this particular chart, bullet graph. Now to bring sales goals to column, right click on the sales axis and select swap reference line fields. Now from your left hand panel, drag and drop emerging or developing state on the color panel. Okay, so emerging state is the orange one and the developing state is the blue one. And save the sheet as developing and the emerging states. So if you see this, it's an emerging state because its count is less than, the customer count is less than 100. Its sales goal is 57384, but the actual sales is 19511. Okay. So now this is a developing state. Its count is greater than equal to 100 and its sales goal and its sales is exactly the same. It matches. So that's why you are seeing the bar and the blue bar is ending exactly where the vertical bar is. So what we are trying to depict is that whether the state is going beyond its target sales goal or it's behind it. And you can see that using this particular vertical bar. Like for example, Michigan, its sales goal is 71,952, but its actual sales is 76,270 average sales. So that's why it is above its target, and it's a developing state because it has more than 100 customers. So you can even sort by the count of the customers higher to lower. So all your developing state will group from at the top and the emerging states will group at the bottom. Or you can sort by the sales goal. So the orange bar is the sales goal or the blue bar. So depending what sales goal is being derived for each state. Hello and welcome to this new session on Tableau. Now in this session we will talk about how to prepare dashboards and how to interlink reports within the dashboard. So in order to start this session, we will first create a couple of reports and then include them in the dashboard and then link them together. So for this session, as usual, we are using the sample superstore dataset for our example. Now, first we will create a report where we are going to show profit by region, per region. So first we will drag the region in the rows column and we will get all the regions and state. So we have all the states per region in our report now, and then we will drag sales and profit. So now we have our sales and profit measures at the column level. Now just also drag now the region to the color section. So now we have each region colored. The entire sales and profit per region is distinguished by the different colors: central, east, south and west. Now click on the colors Now we want to show the labels using the marks card. Okay, so we want to show the region okay, so we need to include the show the marks labels. Just a second. So enable the labels, say show mark labels. Okay. So you have on the left, this is the profit and this is the total sales. Now rename this sheet as region and state analysis report. Okay. Now let's create another worksheet. Now in this sheet, just drag the state on the marks card. Now automatically Tableau will detect that you have dropped a particular state, and we have the states of United States. So it has identified the state names and showed you the identifiers of the states on the map, and automatically identified the latitude and longitudes which are generated by Tableau and given you the markers on each and every state. Now drag the sales measure to the color panel. Okay, so now this is sales per state in the color scheme with the color scheming. Then now drag the profit to the size. So now each state you have the color, the profit and the sales. Now you can edit the colors and you can select a particular scheme of colors and say apply and OK. So now you are able to distinguish the colors on the state. Now after this, just rename the sheet as profit by state report. Now let's create another report. Now in this report, drag the subcategory to the column section and sales and profit measures in the rows. Okay. Now right click on the sum profit pill and check dual axis. Now right click on the profit axis and say synchronize axis. Now select sum sales from the marks card and change the notation as bar, and for profit change the notation as line. So now this is a fair display of subcategory wise sales and profit representation, that these are the sales and what is the profit. Now go to the all marks and drag the category section, as the tooltip. Okay, so for each and every bar or line item, you should now see the category also. Save your report and rename this now report as sales by and profit by subcategory report. Now let's create a new dashboard. Now the reports which we have just now created, first our dashboard size, let's make it as automatic. Okay, then let's show the dashboard title. Click on the dashboard title. Now drag the reports which you have created, profit by state, sales and subcategory report, and region and okay. So you have all your 3 reports in a single dashboard now. Profit by state, sales and profit by subcategory, and region by and state analysis report. Now we will link these reports. So go to dashboard, click on actions, add an action called new filter, select source sheet. In the source sheet dashboard 2, only select region and state analysis report. And in the target sheet, just deselect region and state analysis. On the source sheet, keep the run action on select and click OK. Now whatever state you select over here, that particular state will be used as a filter across both these reports. So it means in North Dakota, you have all these subcategories being sold and their associated profit, and on the map profit by state report you can see the North Dakota state being highlighted or only selected and the relevant profit and sales. Okay, so here is the total profit and sales in the profit by state report, and in this sales and profit by subcategory report you have the breakup of the profit and sales across the categories. Similarly, you can select any other state and automatically the filters will get applied automatically. See this, marine, main. Okay. So with this we cover our example of how to create multiple reports and then connect them or encapsulate them in a single dashboard for a single view across all these reports. We are going to take example of the Netflix database which we have, and we will prepare certain reports in order to identify what kind of reports we can generate from such a data set. So currently on my screen what you can see is the Tableau, the Netflix data sheets, the data sources, where you have the Netflix shows, movies, their associated duration, what kind of shows or movies are there, their release year, the associated rating, description, and a key which is the show ID. Now this is the unique identifier for each show in this Netflix title sheet, and with this show ID all other sheets are related, like who are the directors of the show, in which country the show was released, what is the cast of each show, all that information is in this sheet, and to which particular category, basically the listed in category is being listed in this particular sheets. So what we are going to do is, first we are going to import this sheet into Tableau. Okay, and then create relationship between them using the Tableau relationship canvas. So first the primary transactional table, the sheet in which all the information related to movies is there or shows is there, is in Netflix titles, and then we will drag sheet like Netflix cast, titles cast. Now Tableau has automatically identified the relationship between the show ID of titles and show ID of titles cast, and it has made a join. So if you double click this, you can see this relationship, cardinality, and the related fields. Similarly, I'll drag titles category, countries, and directors. Now by virtue of this, all the sheets have now been joined with Netflix titles, and with this relationship ready, we can start preparing our reports. Now let's create a basic report where we can just glance the data, like whatever we were seeing in the Excel, how it looks in Tableau. So you have all the types of movies. Then for example, I drag the release year. Now first, I do not want to consider it as a dimension, so I'll just release year. Per category, per type, there is a release year, and then I'll drop the listed in. So now these are the categories. So per year, the details of the categories, right? And then you can drag the title and the associated rating. So this is just a view of your data. We can name it as shows listing report. Now let's try to create some report for some measures, some numbers, etc. So now let's check in which country how many movies or titles were released. What is the count? So first let's drag the country. So as soon as we drag the country field, it has identified that it has the geographical names and identified the latitude and longitude details. So Tableau internally does that automatically, and it has identified the spots across the globe of the relevant country. Now let's drag the listed in on the color section. Now what it is doing is it is showing in which country what different kind of category wise movies are or shows are being released. Like in Sri Lanka, documentaries have been released. In India, action and adventure. United States, action and adventure, like this. Now let's put a count of the titles, right? So if you see 247 action and adventure movies or shows have been released in United States. Okay, so this is one inference by this particular report you can identify. So let's save this report as listed in by country. Okay, now let's create another report. We will call it as the per year statistical report. In this, first I'll put the release years in the column. Now count of Netflix titles. So this is the count of Netflix titles per year, so 2017, 2016, 14, and then count of Netflix titles in the countries. This is the second bar chart. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll combine it into one. So one report we are moving in the bar, creating the bar, and one in the line. And now I just have to, so we will click on the count of Netflix titles by country, right click, mark it dual axis. So now as soon as you click this, both the charts have been combined, and right click over here and say synchronize axis. Okay, Okay, so now if you can see right, in 2017 you had 2303 Netflix releases across all categories and 1159 titles, right? 1063 titles in 2017. So this is a descending representation of the count of titles released per year across category and across titles. So let's call this as per year stats. Now let's create another report. Number of shows per title. Okay. So, or sorry, per rating. So we will drag the rating column and we will count of titles and unique count of titles and unique count of show IDs. Okay. One is bar and one is line. Okay. So this is a report which shows rating wise titles and the show IDs. So in the tooltip, you can see the distinct count of titles and show ID per rating. Okay, so let's call it shows per rating. Now let's create another sheet, call it as shows by cast. So in this, what we're going to do is first drag the cast column on the rows section. You have name of all the cast, and then we drag the show ID on the column section and put a count D and sort it. Okay. You can remove the null cast, and this is your sorted order. And on the labels section, you can say show mark labels, and you will see the count that Anupam Kher has done the maximum, then Shah Rukh Khan, Om Puri, Nasruddin Shah. So this is the details on the sorted order, that who has done how many shows. Okay. Then next is shows by director, similar to shows by cast. Drag director into rows, or differently if you want to prepare, into columns, and then count of show ID, okay, sort it, and you can actually filter out the null director value. and this is the account. Put the label. So you can see Jan's sweater has the maximum shows. Okay. Then create another report, shows by category. Now similarly drag the listed in the rows and show ID count. Remove the null category and sort. Labels, show mark labels. So international movies are the highest category, dramas the next, comedy, international TV shows. This way you have your category. Now let's create a dashboard in which we want to combine all these reports and take a common view. So first let's drag listed in by country, then shows by director. Also please let's set the size as automatic. Then let's drag shows by category and shows by cast. Now these 4 reports are on a single dashboard. We will link them to each other. So go to worksheet, actions, add action, filter, select dashboard 1, only select shows by category here, and in target dashboard 1 except shows by category keep everything else, and in the source sheet just select, click OK. Now whatever category you will select over here, that related category data will automatically be shown in other reports, like see international movies across the globe, across the countries, directors of only international movies, who has done the maximum, Johnny Toe, and shows by cast, right, that who has done the maximum international movies or dramas or comedies. See, Paresh Rawal has the maximum number of comedies, and then if you see the comedy movies, these are the count of comedy movies released across the countries and who is the director. Another very interesting report which you can prepare is that, for example, you want to check in which country maximum duration of your movies have been released. So first let's create convert to measure, remove this. Okay. So if you see, maximum duration of the movies or the entire Netflix content is maximum in United States, then in India these many minutes, next is United Kingdom, and you can also change the colors. Whatever you feel is as per your standards or as per the convention, you can change the color combination. So there are multiple ways you can generate reports, and hope you have understood how you can leverage such a data to create your reports.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Today we are going to talk about Power BI, what are its features, what are the basic advantages of using a visualization tool like Power BI, and we will talk about how to install Power BI and other features it provides and the basic setup. So let's discuss what's in it for us today. Now, we will first talk about why Power BI, why it's a popular tool and what problem it solves, what is Power BI, and what are the primary features of Power BI, which you can use in your day-to-day data analytics, visualizations, creating fancy reports, creating meaningful, intelligent reports for your organization, for your personal use, for crunching numbers, for generating reports real time, etc. Now, the most popular tool for Power BI is the Power BI desktop. I'll show you certain aspects of Power BI desktop, and then I'll show you the steps how to install Power BI desktop on your machine. And then definitely Power BI desktop is a free tool provided by Microsoft, but then you can also subscribe for an enterprise version, which is primarily used by enterprises for publishing their data. So we'll see the difference, and then overview of dashboards which can be created, what kind of dashboards can be created in Power BI. So this is the agenda for us today. Now, why Power BI? So generally, visualization tools, reporting tools are required in order to create and prepare and analyze meaningful data. It could be a data for an organization, it could be a social media platform data, it could be a data from IoT devices, but something which needs to be analyzed and some intelligent inferences and data mining has to be done on top of it. Now imagine today we are in a world where terabytes of data and information is getting generated on an instantaneous basis, on minute by minute basis. So it becomes very essential to churn out something meaningful, something intelligent out of it. In the market, there are a lot of other tools which are available like Clix, Alteryx, Tableau and Power BI. So Power BI is a Microsoft product which is one of the most popular products, and it comes as a free to download product, Microsoft Power BI desktop, which is available, and I'll show you a couple of ways how you can install it on your machine. But why Power BI is popular is because it provides a lot of out-of-the-box features, drag and drop features, which we will talk about in our subsequent sessions and classes. But today's session is primarily focused on giving you guys an introduction on what is the purpose of Power BI and what all problems it solves in the real world. So Power BI allows you to view, analyze and visualize huge quantities of data, and the data could be in any format: Excel, CSV, text, or it could be a direct connection to a database like SQL, MySQL, Azure, Oracle, anyone, IBM DB2. So it supports n number of data types or data sets, and it's very powerful in terms of data connectivity. So it uses powerful compression algorithms to import and cache the data within the .pbix file. So it's as convenient as a simple software. If suppose you import a data and then you prepare a report, and then you can easily share the reports with your peers or someone who's co-developing with you, either through Power BI cloud services, or even you can share the PBIX file in an email or through any other means, and you can share the data set with the concerned, and they can then work on the report independently. So there are different ways. There is no kind of a limitation for working on Power BI. There are multiple ways, and it is very fast. It is the most fast tool to work with Excel, because definitely Excel is also a Microsoft technology, so it works very fast on Excel based data and gives you numbers and reporting at a very high speed. So now once you have imported the data, Power BI allows you to model the data, allows you to work intelligently on the data. It allows you to model the data in a way that if you are importing data from multiple Excel sheets, importing data from multiple tables, you can easily create a relationship between those tables or data sets in Power BI and then create visually appealing reports, meaningful reports, as I've been emphasizing, and make sense out of that data. No data in silos is of any use. Data in silo means a single worksheet or a single data set will not churn out any meaningful information until and unless you basically join it, club it, merge it, union it, append it with some other data sets, because a single data set will never be able to hold that much amount of information which is generally required for a important report. So it has easy drag and drop functionality with features that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. So just like in Microsoft Excel we use Format Painter to copy the format of one cell to another, similar features, very similar to Excel products or Microsoft products, they have provided that if you have applied a particular theme on a report, you can easily replicate that on any other report. The font, the header size, the background color, you don't need to do it again and again. So there's lot of reusable features which are also available. Okay, now as I said, Excel is a Microsoft product, Power BI is a Microsoft product, so they have intercompatibility. You can publish data from Excel to Power BI. Now with the latest developments and enhancements, as of today, Excel has also plugged in a new feature called Power Pivot, which I'll show you later down the line. But that also allows you to do a quick analysis. You can't create, of course, complex reports or fancy reports like Power BI, but Power Pivot allows you to create, quick measures, quick functions, quick calculations on your data quickly only in Excel. So it's an Excel plugin. But whereas, Power BI is also compatible with Excel. So when you create a report in Power BI, it gives you inbuilt feature to export your Power BI report into Excel format directly. You don't need to do any programming for it. Also, you can easily publish, when you publish your Power BI reports, it allows you to give some inbuilt intelligence of analyzing your reports in Excel, and it gives you all those features of exporting your Power BI reports into Excel, which is not available in any other tool, or otherwise those tools have to create plugins, create add-ins, and probably they might charge for it. But Power BI comes with a lot of out-of-the-box features which are very, very helpful for analyzing data in Excel and vice versa. Azure Cloud. Now Azure itself again is a Microsoft Cloud tech stack. So using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share large volumes of data. So Azure, basically Azure database or Azure cloud servers are meant to hold huge amount of data, and Power BI allows you to have seamless connection. You can easily connect to Azure Data Lake. You can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. So Azure Data Lake becomes the central focal point where all your analysts, engineers can keep working on the centralized piece of data and churn out their reports. Data scientists' primarily job is to keep the data in a structured way, optimized way, optimize the input-output operations, disk operations, and memory utilization so that the reports also get churned out in a faster manner. So every person has their own role in order to give a quick refreshable report, a quick rendered report. Any report which is taking huge amount of time to get rendered will not eventually be used by the business users, because then it does not solve the purpose. The report should be fast. Report should have appropriate filters, slices and dices. You should be able to create the reports or dynamically, or you should be able to visualize the data dynamically. So all those visualization features are available in Power BI, and it works seamlessly, either it is small data or huge data. It allows that you to work on those kind of data in a seamless fashion. Right, so this is just a very quick example of how a typical dashboard looks like. Dashboard is nothing but, you have clubbed a couple of multiple reports on a single page, and if you change a filter, a single filter on the page, all the reports will honor that filter and the numbers will change accordingly. So if you see in this example, there is a filter or a drop down of product ID, product name, employee name, or supervisor, or a date range. So whatever date range or filter you will apply, all the reports on this dashboard will get changed based on the filter you have selected. So Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into action to take data-driven business decision. And that is the ultimate goal of any visualization tool. That is the purpose for which visualization tools are bought and purchased by the organizations, and data is fed into them. Now, Power BI fetches data from factory sensors, social media sources to get access to real-time analytics, so that you are always ready to make timely business decisions. So basically, there is a feature of live connection or cutoff data connection. So either you can work on data which is residing on a machine and you can just work on the cutoff data. Like for example, there's a data which is available for sales 2017, 2018, and you're just working on a historical data. It's a cutoff data. Or it could be possible that you want to be connected live to a real-time IoT based, sensor based data, or social media data like Twitter, Facebook feeds, or you're connected to live Google worksheets. That is also possible. You just need to publish your Google sheet for a public domain, embed the URL into Power BI, and then whoever updates that Google sheet, automatically the Power BI report will also start honoring and consuming the new data which is added in the Google sheet. So all those kind of real-time streaming analytics is also possible, and that is one big feature and very important feature of Power BI, which is widely used and has a very huge market acceptance and market utilization. Now, what is Power BI? Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights, right? So earlier, Microsoft used to have a technology called SSAS. Now they have replaced actually SSAS and SSRS with Power BI. So basically you can use Power BI on the data which is there in your Excel or any other data source, and the Power BI service or Power BI desktop basically creates a connection to those data sets and import it, cache it, and give you a handle to it in order to work with it. So you can create these fancy, meaningful visualizations. Like for example, there is a geographical map. If you are importing data for a country or a continent or a region, Power BI will automatically detect that it's a geographical information and give you a map with latitude, longitude information, and you just need to plot your numbers on the map. Either you can use bubbles or either you can use triangles or whatever data structure you want to use, but all the mapping will be available geographically. Then you can create pie charts, which is shown in this visualization. You can create tree maps. You can create cards where you can highlight the most important numbers like sales, total sales of your company across all the regions, or the growth chart, or the month on month sales of your organization, or total number of products or units sold. So whatever is important and to be highlighted for the management to take any meaningful decision or any insights you want to share, Power BI visualization tool, the Power BI visualization chart allows you to drag and drop and create wonderful reports. Okay. So what are the features of Power BI? So Power BI desktop is a standalone tool which you need to install on your machine. It allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. You do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Though yes, it is beneficial that if you know some SQL programming, analytical programming, or you are aware of advanced features of any analytical tool, that might help you, but that's not a showstopper. You can easily build reports in quick turnaround time without needing any technical background. You just need to have some analytical mindset, and you can create savvy visualization and analytical reports. Stream analytics, as I mentioned, you can create a live connection with any kind of data. It could be IoT, it could be media, social media, it could be Google Docs, it could be any other kind of live connection. It could be a live database connection itself. So any insertions or updations or deletions happening will automatically reflect in your report. Yes, multiple data sources, and that has to be the primary criteria for any tool to be popular. If any visualization tool is limited to certain data sets, then it will not be highly acceptable in the market. And custom visualizations, right? So as I showed you certain examples in the past, in the previous presentation, that feature is very important because someone might want to look at the KPIs from a different perspective. Some management might want to look at the KPIs from a different perspective. So you need to have that capability to create different visualization from the same data set. Now let's take a look at how to install Power BI desktop on your machine. So basically what you need to do is you need to go to this URL, powerbi.microsoft.com ENUS desktop, okay, and you need to just enter this. Now you can download it for free, so just click over here and it will open Microsoft Store. So basically now what Microsoft have done in the latest operating systems is that when you are trying to download, you can actually directly go to the Microsoft Store and search for Power BI. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. Right here. So Power BI desktop in Microsoft Store. For me, it's already installed, so it's asking me to open it. I'll open it in a while, but for anyone who is not installed, he will see the button of install over here, and it will automatically install in your machine, and then you can easily go and open Power BI desktop. Now if I click open over here, now this is the UI of the Power BI desktop. I'm not going to go right now in creating reports right away. We will talk about that in a subsequent session with sample data sets, and we will cover the features of Power BI desktop one by one. But this is what it is. This is the whole tool of Power BI, which is having the visualization pane. All the different visualizations are can be created from this pane. Then this is the pane which allows you to select the data fields. Then there is a report view, data view, and relationship view, the data model view, where multiple relationships you can create. You can view the data in the grid of the tables which you will create, and the reports. So you can create multiple reports on multiple pages. You can keep adding pages. Either you can create multiple reports on a single page and it will become a dashboard, or you can create separate independent reports on the single page. And these are the menu options which we will talk about. how you can change color scheming, you can do data modeling, you can create new reports, and you can also transform data, which is the biggest feature. Extract, transform, and load the data, apply different logic, changing data types, massaging the information, creating new joins, appending the data, adding new columns, etc., etc. That is what you can do in transform data. So this itself is a whole different world. It's a dedicated topic. So we will talk about that in our subsequent sessions. So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as published to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data, I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc., right? And I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like, you know, customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQL Live tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQL Live tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL and this is from MySQL and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight, Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I have I can do any kind of operation, transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the back end, gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory and subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you're from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact, and customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table, and even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, This is the most extensively used dimensional data model, and this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There's no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one to many relationship, and from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many to one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many to many relationship. Now many to many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many to many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. So my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customer's data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because until unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what Power BI, what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer has can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is, now you can make, this is by default active. So we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter direction filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1 and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay. So there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can So this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example I have the example of territories. Now in which particular territory the sales was done, so I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship, because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model. Now, so far, what we have done as per our last session is that we did data modeling on the different data sets which we had imported in Power BI, like products, sales data, returns, fulfillment, customer details, and customer master data, calendar details, etc. So in the last session, we prepared a data model and established the relationships between these different data sets, like 1:1, 1:many, many-to-1, 1:1, etc. And we saw the examples. Now, once our relational model is prepared, our data model is prepared, now our next activity is to create certain additional columns which we want to derive basis the data which we have imported. So for example, I'll start with my product data set. Now in my product data set, I want to introduce a column which basically categorizes that if any product which has a color red, black or gray, I am going to tag it as a colored product. Rest I'm going to say not a colored product, right? So all these are like example of byte type product SKUs. So for that, now in order to introduce a new column, you just need to do what? You need to select the table in the data grid, go to the table tools and say new column. Okay, so column will get appended to the rightmost part and you will start seeing a formula section typical to like you get in your Excel. Now I'm going to say that the name of my column is going to be byte type color. Okay, and I'm just creating a if condition. If product color is equal to black, okay, or if it is equal to red, or if it is equal to gray, then say yes, it's a colored product, else say no. Okay, so now you can see basis the product color red and black, they are saying byte type color yes, blue is no, multi is no, etc, etc. So this is a classic example of an if and else condition based conditional column. Okay, so you can create such columns. Now second column, custom column, which I want to create is I'm going to call as discount. Now basis the pricing of my products, I want to associate certain discounts which I am ready to give to my customers basis the product category, like what is the pricing of the category. Again I'm going to make use of if else, but in a nested way. So if I am saying if my product price is less than 100, then I will give 0% of 0% of discount, so 0 into product price, just to keep it consistent. Now I'm saying else, if less than 100 then 0, else I'll check again that if the price is less than 500, then I'm ready to give 1% discount on the product price, else I'll move further. So like this, I have created a formula. So what I'm saying is if product price is less than 100, give 0%. If it is less than 500, then give 1%. Less than 2000, then 1.5%. Less than 3000, then 2%. And otherwise, else less than 3000, if it 2%, else 3%, right? Now after this column is created, now you can check, right? So this, see, the product price for this particular product, it is less than 100, so that's why there is no discount. It is between 100 to 200, then this has been given a 1% discount. So like this, all the discount column is now calculated. Now this column is available just like a regular column in my product table. Now after this, I'll go to my sales table. Now in sales table, I want to identify, create a column called as cost. There is no product cost column over here, so that will be derived. So let's create a column called as cost, and it is derived by order quantity into, now the cost of the product is in the product table, and I know I've already created a relationship between product and sales table. So I just need to select the product cost column. Now only keyword which I have to use in Power BI is the related keyword. So this will pick up the relation, and now for this particular sale order, the cost has already been derived. So this order number, this is the cost for which the product is the costing of the product for this particular order. Okay. Now I'm going to create another conditional column over here called as order status. I'm saying if any order whose order quantity is greater than 2, then for my organization it's an urgent order, else it is a normal order. Oh, sorry, I lost it. So this is my order status column, and I have my order quantity, urgent or normal. So any order which has order quantity 1 is normal. Any order which is having order quantity as greater than 2 is urgent. You can see this. So there's this whole Power BI tabs and sheets allow you to also review the data, what you're doing. So it's very convenient. Now I have my sales data. Now what I want to bring within the sales is my discount column. So here also I want to bring the discount which I have created. So I'll say discount. Discount will be order quantity into related product discount, right? So the discount calculated column which I had created under products, I'll bring over here. Now I am creating the order level discount. So if you see, for this particular order, there's a 25 for 25 rupee discount at the cost is 100,000 rupees. Okay. what is the order price now? So I have taken the order cost, the discount. Now I have to create a column called as price, order price. So that will be again order quantity into related price, which is per product, price, enter. Okay, so now I have the cost, the discount and the price, right, available with me. Now I want to calculate the total revenue, total profit and loss, right? Per order, how much? So first I'll calculate per order how much revenue I am generating. So now I have to generate a column called as revenue. Revenue is price minus discount so 1700 minus 25, 1700 minus 25, 2071 minus 42. And if I want to calculate the profit per order, then it is revenue minus cost. Okay, so now you can see, typical custom columns, calculated columns which we have created are all playing around with the numeric values, numeric data primarily, and trying to give inferences into per order cost, discount, per order price, revenue and profit. So typical calculation columns which I have prepared in front of you. Now let's take a look at other different variations of custom columns. I'll create certain columns for text-based custom columns, calculated columns using text-based data. So I'm now moving towards my customer table, in which I have customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Now I want to create a new column in which I want to derive the age of each customer as of today, right? So I'll use another function, a date function called as date diff. Now date diff, so I want the difference between the birth date of the customer and as of today in years. Okay, so this customer as of today is 68-year-old, one is 74, 68, 57, etc. So this is one derivation of a calculated column of age. Let's take another example. Now this is a text-based column where I want to derive the full name of the customer. Now here I'll say first lowercase, in lowercase I'll concatenate the prefix, then ampersand, space, ampersand, first name ampersand space ampersand last name and closing brackets, etc. Full name. Okay, so this is an example of full name in lower cases. Now another calculated column, conditional column. At the customer level, I want to identify a flag which says who is my target customer basis the demographics shared over here. Target customer. So I'll say if the marital status is equal to M and total children annual income. So okay, so let me change the logic a bit. So marital status is M and age is less than 50. These customers are my target customers. Okay, so I would say yes, else no. Say this. His marital status is married, Logan Diaz, and age is less than 50, else everyone. So if I try to filter, so these are my target customers. 69 out of 1178. So this is just a conditional column, but a logical condition, an example which I am trying to highlight over here. Okay, now let's look at certain calendar date oriented columns, calculated columns. Very typical, like now I have a simple date column. Now I'll keep adding certain columns which which will help you understand how you can do some calculations on the dates. So like for example, I want a date which is 12 days after the current date, the date in the column. So just simple 12 days after, select the date and add 12. Now if you see the date format, you can go and change the format at the top, and if whatever you feel like this. Now see, 12 days after 1st Jan 2015 is 13 Jan 2005. You can go and change the format and other details. Let me also show you, if I go to my cost and other columns, I can go and change the format. This is like a currency, cost is currency. So I can go and change the currency type, and you can even show the dollar value or whatever currency type it is. So for numbers, you can do currency, or text or dates, you can select the format. So this is available at the column tools level. Now in customers, like we had our column of full name. So now what all things are available? Format as text, okay, data type text. So very minimal options are there. With date, you have options of the date format. Now next, I want a column which defines the expiry date. Okay, so 8 months prior to the expiry date which is coming up in 8 months. So I'll create a column called as 8 months expiry, and then there is a edate function. I'll use that. I'll use my date in the data set, comma, I'll say 8. So now this date column will append 8 months to my actual date, and again I can go and change the format. Correct. Now another important column, like I want to know the date name. So I'll use a function called as format, and I'll select my calendar date column, and I'll say give me the DDDD format of it. So it will give me the day name, the day name of on that particular date. Next, years in between. So I want the years in between the today's date and the date of my calendar. So equal to date diff, the calendar date, comma today, comma year, end. 7 years, 2015 to 2022. Then last date of the month. So if I want what is the last date of this particular calendar month, I will use a function EO month, which is there available in the Power BI. So I'll say last date of the month equal to EO month. Then just select the calendar CSV date, comma 0 in months, and enter. Change the format. Then similarly, start of the month. So I'll use a function called start of month. So for all January dates, end of the month is 31st Jan and start of the month will remain 1st of Jan. Change the format. Next, I want to know what is the week number of that particular date. So now there is an inbuilt function called week number, week num, and just pass the date and you will get the week number. First week of the year, second week of the year, etc. Now another very good example is whether the week day is a weekday or a weekend, right? So what is it? It's a week type. Okay. So I'll put a if condition and there is a function called weekday and I'll pass the calendar. If it is less than 6, it means it's a weekday, else it's a weekend. So all Saturday and Sunday day names will come as weekends, or else everything else will come as weekday.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact, and customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table, and even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There is no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay, Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these 4 types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship, and from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end, when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. So my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make, this is by default active, so we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grayed out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's make click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. But what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1, and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay, so there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now, if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example, I have the example of territories. Now, in which particular territory the sales was done. So I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many because, as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
Analytics is a journey that involves a combination of skills, advanced technologies, applications, and processes used by a firm to gain business insights from data and statistics. This is done to perform business planning. In the analytics process, data is collected from various external sources and is stored in a data warehouse. After this data collection, the process of analytics begins. Here, a more in-depth learning of the data is done to derive possible insights from data. In addition to this, all advanced data-driven capabilities are developed, which in turn provides additional value to business. In the next slide, we will look at the places where analytics is applied. Some of the common fields where analytics is implemented are as follows. Financial services. In this field, analytics is used for credit scoring, fraud detection, pricing, and claims analysis. In retail, it is used for promotions, replenishment, demand forecasting, and merchandising optimization. In healthcare, it is used for drug interaction, preliminary diagnosis, and disease management. Customer retention, capacity planning, and network optimization are the primary applications in the field of communications. Trading, supply, demand forecasting, and compliance are the areas of application in energy. In manufacturing, it is used for inventory replenishment, product customization, and supply chain optimization. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that are covered in the first and second lessons. In Lesson 1, you will learn what analytics is and understand the process involved in it. The lesson will also provide brief details on where you can apply analytics and what insights can be derived from this application. This helps you in understanding a problem and knowing how a data scientist should act. This lesson will also help you in knowing how to collect data and prepare it for your analytical process. In the second lesson, you will have an overview of all statistical methods, including descriptive statistics, probability theory, concepts of test of significance, and hypothesis testing. Some business uses of these statistical concepts have also been provided via case studies for better understanding. This lesson will give you an idea of how you can derive some meaningful pattern from the data. It will help you in finding the distribution pattern that is hidden in the data and in proceeding with further decisions that are to be made at the basic level. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that will be covered in the third and fourth lessons. Third lesson will help you understand data exploration, data visualization, and diagnostic analytics and perform these using the R tool. Case studies and examples have been provided to help you understand the concepts in a practical way and also help you use the R tool effectively. The fourth lesson will help you understand some predictive techniques such as regression analysis and models that could be built from them. Logistic regression, time series analysis, and cluster analysis will also be taught with some example case studies. These predictive modeling techniques will help you look at the past data and identify the predicted value that helps in making decisions. Further, all the working procedures are explained using the R tool in a stepwise manner with suitable examples. In the next slide, we will look at the career path of a business analyst. The use of analytics has evolved over time, and the advent of big data has made analytics one of the most sought-after skills in the industry across domains. This course will help you take the first step toward understanding analytics and the way it interfaces with the industry. The course will also help you start thinking like a business analyst. Career-wise, you can aspire to be a data manager, data miner, or a business manager. The work of a data manager involves data preparation, deployment services, report administration. The work of a data miner involves exploratory analysis, descriptive segmentation, predictive modeling. The work of a business manager involves campaign management, domain expertise, process and ROI evaluation. This includes Lesson 0 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. Thank you for your attention. Please continue your learning with Lesson 1 of this course. Hello, and welcome to Lesson 1 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. After completing this course, you will be able to differentiate between analysis and analytics. Understand what is analytics. Learn the different stages in analytics. Know the popular tools used in analytics. understand the role of a data scientist. Know the processes involved in analytics. Define a problem statement. Collect and summarize data. Detect and treat outliers in the data. We all know we are learning about analytics. Then what is analysis? Is it by any means different from analytics? If yes, in what ways is it different? In this slide, we see the basic difference between analytics and analysis. Analytics is the science of analysis, wherein we apply methods of statistics, data mining, and computer technology for doing an analysis. Whereas analysis is the process in which the complex data available is been broken down to simpler forms which provide more compact and better data for understanding. In the next slide, we will see more into what is analytics. So what actually is analytics? It's the science of wisely acquiring meaningful results from the given data using various methods and technologies, and by which a pattern of variation is observed. By studying this pattern, we can understand the future and predict the uncertainty that is related to business. Various sophisticated models and techniques are used, like statistical, mathematical, and economical models. So how do you go about analytics? First, you gather data. For example, for a commercial entity, you collect data from enterprise, social media, internet forums, etc. Second, you club all the data together and consolidate and organize it in a form from which you can analyze through visualization, statistics, etc., which is the third step in the process. In the next slide, we will see the different stages of analytics. There are major 4 stages in any analytics work. The first stage is called descriptive analytics, where data or information is gathered and summarized. This stage usually caters to questions like, how many students dropped out last year? The next stage is called diagnostic analytics, where data is analyzed and insights are generated, which help in answering the questions in the first stage. Here the question that comes up will be, why has the dropout rate increased in the last 1 year? With the help of the analysis done in the previous 2 stages, the next stage tries to answer unforeseen phenomena, like which students are most likely to drop out. This stage is called predictive analytics. Finally, the last stage, known as prescriptive analytics, tries to analyze the type of action required to be taken to support or avoid the unforeseen phenomena predicted in the previous stage. In this scenario, prescriptive analytics has queries like, which students should I target to keep them from dropping out? Next, we will look at a list of a few popular tools used in analytics. These are some of the commonly used tools for analytical purpose to get meaningful results. R. Revolution R. RStudio. Tableau. SAP HANA. Weka. KXEN. SAS. Next, we will discuss the role of a data scientist. So, what is the role of a data scientist in data analytics? A data scientist is somebody who is inquisitive, who can look at data and spot trends. They come out with unrevealed stories hidden in data that helps in creating more useful insights and thus help in solving business problems. A data scientist works in sync with application developer to get the relevant data for analysis. He or she makes an analytical plan in such a way that the results satisfy the business needs. A data scientist also comes up with an effective data mining architecture and prepares suitable models. They are responsible for resolving data mining performance issues. And finally, they should generate reports that are affordable from a business perspective. Next, we will see the methodology involved in data analytics. The data analytics methodology comprises of 6 steps, as can be seen in the image. The discovery step is questioning if there is sufficient data to make an analytical plan. Once we have the data in data preparation, all unstructured data is converted into structured data so that it helps in planning. Model planning is choosing an appropriate model that suits your data. Model building is building the model that is being specified in the previous step. The next step is to come up with insights that help customers to solve their problems, that is, to deliver results. The final step is to make the model operational and put the findings to use. Next, we will discuss how to define the problem. Defining the problem statement is an important step in analytics and needs to be done before starting the project. At a high level, the problem statement should answer 4 basic questions. What is the problem? Find the existing problem that needs to be solved. What is it not? Define the problem that is not being caused. Why do we have this problem? Find the root cause of the problem. Why don't we have a solution? This gives the answer, that is, why the problem could not be resolved. In the next slide, we will discuss how to formally define a problem statement. The techniques that are involved in formally defining a problem are: state the problem in a general way, that is, state the problem in general terms with respect to some practical, scientific, or intellectual interest. The next step is to understand the nature and origin of the problem, its objectives, and the environment in which the problem is to be studied. Next, all available literature, including relevant theories, reports, records, and any form of relevant literature on the problem, needs to be reviewed and examined. The next step is optional. The researcher may discuss the problem with his or her colleagues and others related to the concerned subject to brainstorm ideas. Finally, rephrase the problem, that is, put the problem in specific terms that make it feasible and helps in the development of working hypotheses. Next, we will look at ways to summarize data. Before summarizing data, the types of data need to be discussed. Data can be 2 types: qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative or categorical data refers to data that are descriptive. They are generally recorded in groups or in descriptive language. Example, dividing people into high, medium, and low height groups. Quantitative or numeric data refers to data that are recorded in numbers. They could be either continuous or discrete variables. Example, the measured height of a person. In the next slide, we will discuss how to analyze this data. Summarizing refers to procedures that are applied on the raw data to convert them into an easily readable and analyzable format. The mathematical summaries differ according to the type of data, numerical or categorical, and fall into descriptive and graphical categories. Seen here is an example of population divided by marital status. A bar chart has been used to depict the same data. In the next slide, we will see the different summaries based on the categories. Numeric data can be summarized using the mean, median, and mode values. These are discussed in detail in the following chapters, along with other methods for summarizing. Categorical data can be summarized using a frequency distribution table, that is, the number of occurrences of a value for all values. Graphical representations help in easy visualization of the data. Numeric variables can be viewed as box plots, and the categorical variables can be viewed in bar charts or histograms. The visualizations will be discussed in detail in the following chapters. In the next slide, we will discuss how to collect data. Data collection is the process of gathering data that is relevant to the problem statement at hand. The data aids in proving or disproving hypotheses or provides solutions to a research or a problem statement. Regardless of the problem, the data collection process needs to be well defined and systematic. In an effort to construct accurate data, The accuracy of the data is the primary factor in deciding the validity of the findings. Depending on the method used to collect data, the observations need to be recorded and organized in such a way to provide optimum usefulness. The recording and organization of data must also be directly related to the methods of analysis and use of the data. We will see the methods of collecting data in the next slide. The data collection methods fall into two major categories: primary and secondary. Observations, experiments, and surveys fall into the primary category. Observations refer to measuring the data and various attributes. In experiments, the subjects are divided into groups, receive different external input, and the results are recorded. Surveys, questionnaires, and interviews help in recording feedback and are used in studying the characteristics of a population. Data sources refer to data that have already been gathered and are available in a published format. Reporting refers to cases where there exists a database of information that can be legally obtained. Next, we will discuss data dictionary. A data dictionary, also called a metadata repository, is a file that describes the structure and content of the data. The data dictionary is a file or a list of files that contains data about the database, like number of records, name of each field, characteristic and type of each field, description of each field, relationships between different fields. In analysis, the data dictionary helps in analyzing different variables and the relationships and dependencies between each other. In the next slide, we will discuss the final topic of this lesson: outliers. Outliers are observation points in a distribution that significantly deviates from other observations. If you look at the graph, it plots the marks obtained as a result of a particular study time. The trend is that marks increase as the students study longer, except for one marked point. This could be a possible outlier. Outliers could exist in a distribution due to erroneous observations or special circumstances like a bulk sales order on a particular day in a store. Outlier detection tests exist to check for outliers that are model-based and generally look for outliers based on mean and variance of the data. Outliers can be excluded from the analysis or included while using algorithms that treat outliers as well. There are other outlier treatments, but are out of scope for this chapter. Let us quickly summarize what we have learned in this lesson. We have discussed what analytics and analysis are and the differences between them, popular tools used in analytics, what a data scientist does, the processes involved in the analytics lifecycle, how to formally define a problem statement, methods of collecting and summarizing data for analytics, data dictionary and its contents, what outliers are and how to detect and treat them. The section will help you to check your understanding of the concepts covered.
The last 2 decades have witnessed extensive business infrastructure investments. Due to this, the capability of collecting data has improved across enterprises. While some businesses continue to operate in their traditional ways, in other businesses, each aspect is now virtually open to collect data. These aspects are even instrumented for data collection. Aspects like supply chain management, marketing campaign performance, manufacturing, operations, and workflow procedures are a few examples. Simultaneously, information is also available on events like industry news, market trends, and movements of competitors. The wide availability of data has led to increasing interest in methods to extract useful information from data science. With this data availability, organizations in almost each industry are focused to exploit data for their advantage over competitors. Earlier, organizations used to employ different teams of analysts, modelers, and statisticians for manually exploring datasets. However, now the variety and volume of data have outstripped the manual analysis capacity. Computers have also become powerful, and networking has become widespread. Also, algorithms are being developed that can help connecting various databases to allow powerful data analysis. As a result of all these phenomena, various data science principles and data mining techniques are coming into existence. A manager in an organization needs to take several decisions on the basis of the problem and alternative courses of action available. To conclude the best option, they need all the information that is relevant and the criterion to choose the best option. Here's a set of questions that can be important for any business executive. Some other interesting questions that could be important to business executives are also listed on the screen. Let's first understand what business analytics is. It's a scientific process that transforms data into insight. It takes data from various sources and various types and convert them into insights that improve, support, and automate decisions. The techniques used for this process are presentation, technological, and quantitative. In other words, it's a process that uses data for better decision-making. It's used for fact-based or data-driven decision-making. This is generally considered as more objective as compared to other decision-making alternatives. Business analytics uses simple tools such as reports and graphs, and also complex tools such as optimization, data mining, and simulation. In the graph shown on the screen, we've compared different data analytics techniques in terms of competitive advantage and degree of complexity. Prescriptive analytics offers the most competitive advantage over other techniques, such as descriptive and predictive. However, performing prescriptive analytics is the most complex data analytical technique. We'll look into details of each of these techniques in the subsequent screens. Let's now talk about the features of business analytics, or BA. The first important feature is the support to various methodologies. These include concepts from applied probability, applied mathematics, applied statistics, and computer science. Since it's used by organizations that are committed to data-driven decision-making, the data produced helps in gaining meaningful insights into better business planning and business performance. The next important feature is decision support systems. In data-driven companies, data is treated as a corporate asset. Successful analytics is dependent upon the quality of data and analysts who know the business and technologies. Solutions are primarily used as decision support systems or as their components. The solutions help executives, salespeople, and other organizational leaders to make business decisions. Another important feature of business analytics is business continuity support, as business analytics supports essential business functions. It also supports tactical decision-making with respect to unforeseen events. It also aids in functions such as hiring, reducing attrition, improving retention, performing staff deployment, and deciding strategy. In many cases, decision-making is automated for supporting responses in real time. This lesson will help you understand the concepts related to different types of business analytics, such as descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, supply chain analytics, healthcare analytics, marketing analytics, human resource analytics, and web analytics. Descriptive analytics analyzes the past events and predicts the approach of future. It analyzes the past performance by mining the past data and look for the reasons why past failures or successes happened. Almost all management reporting, such as finance, operations, marketing, and sales, uses this analytics. The related models quantify data relationships in a manner that is generally used for the classification of customers and prospects into various groups. For instance, these models can be used to classify customers on the basis of their preferences and life stages. They can be used to create further models that can make predictions and can stimulate various individualized agents. Some of the data techniques used by this analytics includes reports, data mining techniques, descriptive statistics, data queries, data dashboards, and basic what-if spreadsheet models. Predictive analytics converts data into actionable and usable information. It determines the possible future outcome of an event or the possibility of a situation. It includes various statistical techniques from machine learning, data mining, modeling, and game theory, and include techniques that use models created from past data to predict the future or determine the impact of one variable on another. When it comes to businesses, these models use the patterns found in transactional and historical data for identifying opportunities and risks. They allow risk assessment by capturing relationships between various factors. The three basic cornerstones of this analytics are predictive modeling, decision analysis and optimization, and transaction profiling. An example to use this analytics can be to optimize customer relationship management systems. Some other examples include a company that can create a mathematical model for predicting the future sales by using past data on product sales, and a food manufacturing company that can estimate the measurement and quality of unit sales by using the point-of-sale scanner data from retail outlets. A few other examples include an organization that can predict the market share of a new product by using the survey data and past purchase behavior. Using predictive analytics, these organizations can analyze the spending, use, and behavior of customers. This leads to effective cross-sales and high profitability. An organization must employ an experts team or data scientists to find and access the appropriate data. This team can work with business leaders for designing business strategies by using predictive analytics techniques such as time series analysis, linear regression, data mining techniques, and simulation or risk analysis. Prescriptive analytics uses mathematical sciences, machine learning, business rules, and big data for making decisions and suggesting decision options. It specifies the best course of action for a business activity in the form of the output of a prescriptive model. It goes beyond predicting the outcomes of future and also suggests the action to benefit from the predictions. It anticipates the reason of an incident and not just what and when it will happen. It can also suggest decision options on the method to take the benefit of a future opportunity or to mitigate a risk of the future. The models used in this analytics are called optimization models and combine various business rules, mathematical models, and data. The input can be internal data, external data, and various other sources. Here are some example industries in which this analytics is used. The airline industry can benefit by using revenue management models and past purchasing data as inputs to get the best pricing strategy across all flights. Similarly, the finance industry can use portfolio models that utilize historical investment return data to decide the mix of investments. Other examples of prescriptive analytics are supply network design models in operations and price markdown models in retailing. In operations, supply network design models provide cost-minimizing plant and distribution center locations. Retailing use price markdown models that provide the timing of discount offers and revenue-maximizing discount levels. One of the traditional analytics applications was in supply chain management and logistics. It's used at the core of companies like FedEx and UPS. It's used for efficient delivery and optimal sorting of goods. It's also used for vehicle and staff scheduling, vehicle routing, better inventory and processing control, and efficient supply chains. Analytic tools used in this area span the complete analytics spectrum. For instance, it's been used by the women's apparel manufacturer Bernard Claus Inc. The company used descriptive analytics for presenting its supply chain status to its managers. Another example is ConAgra Foods, a packaged foods company which used prescriptive and predictive analytics for planning its capacity utilization better by including the inherent uncertainty in commodities pricing. The company received 100% return on their investment in analytics in less than 3 months. Analytics in healthcare is used to simultaneously control cost and provide more effective treatment to patients. Predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive analytics are used to improve staff, patient, and facility scheduling. They're also used to control inventory, purchasing, and patient flow. For instance, as per the McKinsey Global Institute, or MGI, and McKinsey & Company 14 study, by better utilizing analytics, the United States healthcare system could save more than $300 billion each year, which is equivalent to the complete gross domestic product of countries such as Singapore, Finland, and Ireland. Marketing is one of the expanding areas to apply analytics. A better understanding of customer behavior by using data generated from social media and scanner data leads to several advantages, such as better use of advertising budgets, effective pricing strategies, improved demand forecasting, better product line management, and increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. One of the example is automobile manufacturer Chrysler teamed with J.D. Power and Associates. They developed predictive models for supporting their pricing decisions for automobiles as they helped Chrysler to better understand the ramifications of proposed pricing structures. The models generated an estimated annual savings, of $500 million. The use of analytics in the human resources area is relatively new. With the use of analytics, the HR function ensures that the organization employs the required skill sets to meet its needs, hires the highest quality talent, provides an employee retention environment, and achieves its organizational diversity objectives. Sears Holding Corporation, or SHC, is an example in this area. It created an HR analytics team inside its corporate HR function that used descriptive and predictive analytics to support employee hiring and tracking and influencing retention. Web analytics is the analysis of online activity, such as visiting websites and social media sites like LinkedIn and Facebook. It has huge implications for promoting and selling products and services through the internet. Some points to remember are that leading companies use descriptive and advanced analytics to data collected in online experiments for determining the best way for configuring websites, position ads, and using social networks to promote products and services. Online experimentation includes exposing various subgroups to various website versions and tracking the results. These experiments prove to be ineffective as they allow the company to use the trial and error method in statistically determining what makes a difference in their website traffic and sales. Why is decision-making in any business very important? The goal of business decision-making is to high revenue, low costs, and low expenses. It's supported by business analytics in various ways, such as for increasing revenue while keeping selling expenses the same. Business analytics suggests changes in the sales force deployment. It can also be used if a company's employees are leaving voluntarily for higher-paying jobs and there are high onboarding costs. In such cases, business analytics recommends raises that can help retain existing employees. Business intelligence, or BI, refers to reporting and analytics tools, traditionally used for determining historical data trends. These techniques and tools are used to transform raw data into useful information for the purpose of business analysis. It includes a set of processes, methodologies, technologies, and architectures that uses the output of the information management processes. The technologies can handle large amounts of unstructured data for identifying, developing, and otherwise creating new strategic business opportunities. BI enables queries by which users can get results by asking data-related questions. It allows easy data interpretation of high amounts of data while implementing an effective strategy based on insights that can help a business gain a competitive advantage. BI includes tools that are designed to present the results of analytics in an understandable format. They provide historical, current, and predictive views of business operations. Some functions include online analytical processing, process mining, prescriptive analytics, text mining, business performance management, and benchmarking. Data science includes processes, principles, and methods to understand phenomena through automated data analysis. It allows data-driven decision-making, or DDD, which determines the productivity of an organization. DDD is the practice of basing decisions on data analysis instead of just intuition. Organizations get involved in DDD to lesser or greater degrees, which decides the productivity of the organizations. The given image shows how data science interacts with the outer world. Let's now talk about the importance of data science. You can consider data science a business asset that is about data investment. An understanding of its fundamental concepts is required for data scientists and anyone working with data scientists, employing data scientists, investing in data-heavy ventures, or directing an analytics application in an organization. DDD and big data technologies improve business performance substantially. Data science supports DDD and, at times, performs such decision-making automatically. With respect to data science, the key strategic assets are data and the ability to extract useful information from data. Many businesses use data analytics to get value from the existing data and to generally consider if the business has the right analytical talent. Incorrect data and unsuitable data science talent results in issues such as poor decisions. Big data typically refers to data sets that are too large for traditional data processing systems. Its technologies are considered as a popular platform for data analytics and data exploration and used to implement data mining techniques and data processing. These technologies are also used to process data in support of the data mining techniques and other data science activities. Nowadays, companies that employ big data technologies have started asking, what can I now do that I couldn't do before, or do better than I could do before? Therefore, it's possible the golden era of data science. Different types of analytical tools available are listed on the screen. These are open source software, have object-oriented design, and can be linked with general programming platforms. They also offer extensibility and various other features.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Business Analyst Interview Questions. My name is Richard Kirshner with the Simplilearn team. Get certified, get ahead. We'll go over some beginner, intermediate, and advanced level questions to expect in interviews when you're looking at business analytics. Let's start with the differentiation between a risk and an issue. And this should be a very fundamental question dealing with business, because in business they want to make money, and we really want to understand where the split is on a lot of these things. So always ask yourself, where is the bottom dollar on this, and what does this mean? Risk is your potential, and an issue is something that's actually happening. So risk is a potential problem that can be predicted. Risk may or may not happen in the future. A proactive response plan is formulated and kept ready to mitigate risks. So these are things you plan for. And the issue refers to a risk that is occurring or about to happen. There is no response plan in place to solve an issue. You can only respond reactively to an issue. What are the various tools a business analyst works on? This is very company specific. And so when you start looking for work, you start going in for interviews, you should start really asking yourself, what are these companies looking for that I'm interested in? Clearly, if you work with IBM, you want to have your tools that are central to IBM and the IBM setup. Same thing with Google, with just across the whole field. Some of the more basic ones, obviously an Excel spreadsheet, which isn't on this list, but your Python, your SQL, you should really know your SQL, because it's going to come up in no matter what format you're in. Your Tableau, your Azure, your Balsamic, all these are different platforms. There's a lot more out there, but you should be aware on which platforms your proficiencies are on. And those also that you might not be proficient on, but you at least know what they do and what their performance is. So you can answer questions, and a lot of companies will pay for you to be certified if their platform isn't on your list. What are the various stages of a business project? And we look at project initiation, project planning, project execution, project control and monitoring, project closure. And it's really important to understand any one of these in a little bit more detail than just knowing the list. What is feasibility study? A feasibility study is a method of gauging the success rate of proposed business solution. It enables business analysts to discover new business opportunities. And really, a lot of businesses, when they're looking at it for a business analyst, this is really what they want to know. What's the feasibility? That is a very central question that comes up in most business plans. What's the feasibility of doing something and getting it done? What is business model analysis? Business model analysis is a technique that helps you analyze if a business is financially, economically, and socially viable or not. I know a number of contractors that this is their sole career, is to go in and analyze ski resorts in Colorado to find out whether it's going to make it this year or not and what they need to do to fix that. So it's a very high-end job niche where you really need to know your stuff and understand what it means. What do you understand by requirement? Differentiate between requirements and needs. We look at requirements. A requirement is a targeted solution that is required to achieve the set business objectives. Business requirements are data used for business processes. Needs. Needs are the high-level representation of the terms and the result. Business needs include identifying and comprehending the business's goals and articulating its strategic direction. And you can think of needs are, what do we need to succeed? Requirements are, well, these are the things we need to put into place. This is what's required to achieve a business objective. Suppose you have been given a list of zip PIN codes from different countries. Using those codes, find the city and the state names using Excel. And so if you're given a list of zip codes, PIN codes of various cities from the US and India, here's how you can find the city and the country names. Select all the codes, go to the Data tab under Data Types, select Geography, click on the Insert Data option, choosing City from the field list. Click on the Insert Data option and select State from the field list. Really, you do need to know your way around Excel. No matter what other packages you're working with, Excel is such a base package in business analysis. So much people are given that back and forth still. It's still kind of a baseline. Below are sales data that has information on different items sold across various regions and countries. What was the total revenue generated for all the items in India? You can use the SUMIF function to find the total revenue generated from India. You can see here equals SUMIF, and then of course B2 to B100 India, L2 to L1001, and that will give you the sum. You can also use a filter option to filter the data only for India and use subtotal by pressing Alt plus equals. Nice short hotkey to remember there. Create a highlight table to visualize the revenue generated from offline and online sales for different items across the region using Tableau. Now, not all companies use Tableau, but it is becoming a very highly used tool because it's so easy to use. You drag the region onto columns, drag the sales channel and item type fields onto rows, select the total revenue column and drag it onto color and label cards. Select square as the mark type. Drag the total revenue field onto columns, drag the total profit column onto rows, place item type column onto colors. Under the size card, place the total profit. Drag the region column into the filters card and select Asia. So one of the things about Tableau is it looks real complicated, but it's all drag and drop. And so you should know your way around about doing some very simple drag and drops for doing your query and summation. And below is the resulted plot. So let's look at some more questions, but let's jump to a little more intermediate level. Differentiate between software development lifecycle and project lifecycle. So we're looking a little bit more hierarchical towards the top of the list. Software development lifecycle helps with the development of software products. It consists of a single software across multiple phases. Here, phases include requirement gathering, coding, operations, maintenance, and documentation. Where the project lifecycle, this enables you to develop a new product in the business. Project lifecycle consists of multiple software in one customer scenario. Phases here are idea generation, screening, development, testing, and analysis. How do you perform risk management in your project? So again, we're dealing with intermediate, not just how to pull tables across. We want to start analyzing things. And the risk management is a technique wherein risks are identified, avoided, reduced, assessed, and mitigated. Having the appropriate risk management plan decreases losses and optimizes decision making to enhance the organization's performance. How does risk mitigation differ from risk avoidance? Risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is a plan to be executed when a risk occurs. When a risk occurs, there might be a business impact and the cost incurred is high. Risk avoidance, whereas risk avoidance is carried out to avoid the risk from occurring. Meanwhile, the business impact here is zero and the cost is fully eliminated. And you can think about a brick and mortar store and they have shoplifting. You want to mitigate you want to avoid as much shoplifting as you can. But you can only frisk people at the door and have security so much before you start losing customers. And so when you mitigate it, you're going to have to pay for your lost merchandise. Where you avoid it, you have your security cameras and people watching to stop people from stealing things. Risk in this case can mean loss of money spent, badly spent on equipment, certifications. There's all kinds of areas where you want to mitigate and avoid risk. What are project deliverables? Project deliverables represent a collection of measurable services and goods that are to be delivered to the end user in the project completion stage. This is so important when we start talking about any of our when you sign a contract, any of our online contracts, cloud computing, all of that, make sure you're very clear what the deliverables are, who owns it, who is the responsibility of the service, and the security around it. Those are all very important questions to know. Differentiate between the Agile and Waterfall model. Two of our biggest or most basic models used today. The Agile model, which is slowly taken over, especially in software. The Agile model is adaptable to requirement changes and has an incremental approach. In the Agile model, testing can be performed in every phase. With the waterfall model is referred as a structured software development methodology. Changes in requirements are difficult to implement. Meanwhile, in the waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. And you can look at this as a lot of the software today has to be ready to change quickly, or in the waterfall setup, you're not looking for fast changes, you're looking for a very solid, it's going to work no matter what kind of view. This is something that we can build. It isn't going to have to make major changes, but it better work correctly. Describe the different analytical techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow analysis, it is a prioritization technique that highlights a requirement's significance. Questions like, is it a must-have or a should-have? Could the demand be made better? Would a specific idea be useful in the future? Are asked here. In the SWOT analysis, it discovers the strengths and weaknesses of a firm and evaluates them as opportunities and threats. SWOT analysis consists of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And you can kind of think of it as like the SWAT team coming in you're worried about threats here, so we're talking about policing. Or in Moscow, really what can we get out of this? Is this, do we have to have it to succeed? Is it going to be useful in the future? So you're looking more for a general value attached to it. List various components of strategy analysis. For developing a strategic plan for an organization, the vital components are vision, objectives, mission, strategies, action plan. What is benchmarking? Benchmarking is a process of evaluating an organization's measures, like the quality of policies, programs, etc., against the standard criteria. It's so important to have that baseline of what are you measuring against. The baseline might not even be a very good one, but you can't measure something unless you have something to measure it against. It helps with the measuring the performance of the company. You can recognize the areas of improvement in a company and analyze how other companies achieve other objectives. What is the best approach to work with difficult stakeholders? A business analyst interacts with many professionals during his work. Few of the best approaches to take into consideration while working with difficult stakeholders are. Before I even jump into this, I have a friend who is working with some very high-end individuals who took their private plane, and he was supposed to meet them at the in location. When he arrived, they had been in a fist fight while on their private plane. The stakeholders had so much difficulty with some particular aspect going on. So difficulties are going to arise, hopefully not at that level, but things happen. And of course you want to just assume that work with anybody, but you want to listen patiently to the stakeholder's point of view, respond to them politely and diplomatically, have a one-on-one discussion to make things more precise, comprehend their worries and be transparent. Make sure to continuously engage such difficult stakeholders. And I'm going to highlight the last one, because if you're working with somebody who's difficult and you just try to ignore them, one of the things is that whatever problems are arising, they're just going to explode. So that is so important not to ignore somebody who's being difficult. But the rest of it is stay focused. Stay focused on what you're trying to accomplish. Be goal-driven. This is a great time to be goal-driven, not driven by emotion or the problems that arise or how the person communicates. Name the different types of agile methodologies. Scrum. You can go get Scrum certified. Important thing to look into if you haven't. Learn software development and extreme programming, XP. Feature-driven development, FDD. Crystal, Kanban, Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
There is in Agile just a ton of different methodologies. So knowing at least a few of them inside and out and having a kind of a general idea that the other ones are out there is important. So you at least know what we're talking about when someone comes up and talks about Agile. Describe the gap analysis. Gap analysis refers to the analysis of differences between the existing system's functionalities and the targeted system. The gap indicates the amount of work required to get the intended result. Gap analysis is a comparison between the current and proposed functionalities. And you can see here we put together an action plan to go from the current state to the desired state. How do you import text file data into MS Excel? And remember, Excel is one of those things that has been around forever, and even though it's like the bottom barrel of a lot of analysis that we do, most of our data starts in an Excel spreadsheet, or a comma-separated variable file that you then end up with an Excel spreadsheet. Given below is the employee text file. It has information about name, age, and company. And here's how you can import this data into Excel. Go to the Data tab, click on Get Data drop-down. Under From Files, select Text CSV. Select where the text file is located in your system and click on Import. Click on Load Data Imported into Excel. You've been given sales data that has information on the sale of different items across the world. Below is the data. Create a pivot table to analyze the profit of all the items in each region. Now remember, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes the data of a more extensive table. So it takes a full data sheet, and we're just going to zoom in on something. That's what the pivot table means. And if we want to go ahead and do this, what we do is we go ahead and select a cell in the table, go to Insert, and click on Pivot Table. In the Create Pivot Table box, choose Existing Worksheet to place your pivot table. Drag region and item type onto rows, drag total profit onto values, sort the sum of the total profit column. Using the sales table, find the percentage contribution of cosmetics to the total revenue and total profit. Create a pivot table by dragging item type onto rows. Select the revenue and profit column under values. Right-click on the revenue value under Show Value As. Select percentage of grand total. Right-click on a profit value under Show Value As. Choose percentage of grand total. And you can see here when we do that, we end up with cosmetics made a 14.03% contributions to the total revenue and an 18.94% contribution to the total profit. How do you create a dual axis chart in Tableau? Drag the order data onto columns and convert it into continuous year. Drag total revenue onto rows and total profit to the right corner of the view until you see the light green rectangle. Synchronize the right axes by right-clicking on the profit axis. Under the marks card, change sum total revenue to bar and sum total profit to line, and adjust the size and color. They're lots of fun to play with as you start getting into these. Using the sales data, create a view to show the total units sold and the profit generated from each item. Which item sold the least and has the least profit? So we'll go ahead and load an Excel file data in Tableau Desktop. Drag units sold onto columns and item type column onto rows. Place the total profit column under Couleur and choose the desired color palette. Sort the units sold axes in descending order. And you can see here it produces a very quick bug figure, shows the fruit sold and the least and had the least amount of profit. Create a map to show the units sold and the profit generated from different Middle East and North Africa items. Drag country onto the detail card. Place the total profit column under size. Drag units sold under color. In the filters card, drag the region column and select Middle East and North Africa. Bahrain had the maximum number of units sold. At the same time, Iran made the full amount of profit. Create a visualization to analyze the total revenue and the units sold for clothes, meat, and baby food across different regions in 2006 and 2017. Drag the units sold field on the columns. Drag the region and item type fields onto rows. Under the couleur card, place a total revenue column. Drag item type onto filters and choose clothes, meat, and baby food. Drag the order date column onto filters and select 2016 and 2017. Meat had the highest units sold and made the maximum profit. Now with any of these Tableau, it's good if you have your own hands-on for this. That's an important thing to note. We kind of zoomed in on Tableau. Again, there's a lot of other companies out there using a lot of other packages. So if you're not familiar with Tableau, but you're able to do this in another package, that's a good thing. So at least you know what we're talking about and you've had that hands-on. Let's go ahead and jump to some advanced level questions. What is requirement prioritization? Name the different techniques used for it. Requirements prioritization focuses on allocating requirements depending on the business urgencies. This is essential for the project to run well. Requirement prioritization enables various teams to understand what is important and work in sync with the business needs. There are several techniques used for requirement prioritization. We had Moscow technique, we mentioned that earlier. The requirements are grouped based on must, mandatory, should, high priority, could, not necessary but preferred, and would, suggested for the future. Ranking method. Here you give each requirement a distinct numerical value based on its importance. And of course, this is at 100. Well, here's kind of similar to ranking is the $100 method. Multiple stakeholders get a notional $100 to distribute among the requirements. So the $100 method is pretty similar to what the ranking method is. Top 10 requirements. In this approach, from a large set, the stakeholders simply pick their top 10 requirements. This is very popular. There's a lot of help books out there about getting things done. They say write everything that you want to accomplish. Put them on 3x5 cards and narrow it down to 5. Do those 5, because once you've conquered those 5, then you can move on to the next ones. Name the critical agile metrics that should be considered by a business analyst. Sprint burn down. So the sprint burn down is the chart we use when you're tracking. Usually it's in Scrum, is where that usually comes from, the Scrum setup. But it's a chart of the work to be completed and what's still going on. You have your work category allocation, the velocity, the cumulative flow diagram, defect removal awareness, time coverage, defect resolution time. Explain BPMN. BPMN, Business Process Model and Notation, gateway controls the flow of interaction and sequence of processes. It is a flowchart technique which models the end-to-end business process step. The 4 essential elements of BPMN are flow objects, events, activities, gateways, connecting objects, sequence, messages, associations, swim lanes, pool or lane, artifacts, data object, group annotation. List the elicitation techniques. The elicitation process is about gathering requirements from users and stakeholders. Listed below are a few techniques that are used to collaborate with users or clients. Interviews. I don't know how many times I've been on the phone calling competition, potential clients to ask questions. So one of the elicitation techniques is to ask questions. If you're going to call clients to ask questions, it can a lot of times also turn into additional sales. Document analysis, focus group, prototyping, brainstorming. My favorite, brainstorming. All these are important. I just kind of highlight a few of them that I tend to get stuck in. Observations and workshops. Again, workshops are a great sales technique also. So as you're doing your business analysis, and you're bringing people into a workshop and do observations in the workshop and working specifically with these people, they turn into potential business growth. I tell you what, if you're a shareholder and someone's doing a business analysis and they turn around and generate a $30,000 sale for your company, they're in. You know, you've already earned your pay, and you're doing what you like, which is business analysis. Interface analysis, questionnaire and survey. Questionnaire and survey is my least favorite, but they are the most popular because they're the easiest to pump out. List the documents needed by a business analyst. Initiation document, project vision document, use cases, system requirements, specifications document, business requirement document, requirements traceability matrix, functional requirement document, use case specifications document, gap analyst document. Describe how you would approach a project. Here's a basic project approach outline which you can use with respect to different situations. Identifying the project goal, formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams, tracking the project, documenting the progress. And really, when you start designing your project approach, encompassing all the things listed in here is so important with the shareholders. It's great if you can identify your project goal, and that's probably the most important thing, because if you don't have a goal, you might as well walk away. But if you don't have the rest, how are you formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams? That is such a big step because we're going from everything being on paper and trying to figure out what you're going to do to actually doing it. And then tracking and finally documenting. Very important for the shareholders and what goes back to the top. Differentiate an alternate flow and exception flow in a use case diagram from a basic flow. Basic flow represents the operation of activities as required by the company. In a use case, alternate flow, as the name suggests, is an alternate solution used in a system failure case. Different steps are used to complete the goals of a use cases. Exception flow refers to the various steps executed in case of errors. This does not lead to achieving the required goal of a use case. Critical aspects of creating analytical reporting. Analytical reporting is a type of business reporting which provides data analysis, information, and recommendations. It enables people to use data to make decisions. To create analytical reporting, the following points should be kept in mind. Comprehend business analysis. Display your analysis skills. Think critically. And I'm going to throw in here the term from big data, map and reduce. Really, when we're doing a business analysis, you don't want to give them a massive amount of information. You want to reduce it down to something that they can see in a single graph, a very simple set of notes, and you need to think critically. You need to really make it, what is it that the shareholders want that's going to make them understand why this is important to the business, and what does the business get out of it? What is Kanban? Kanban helps agile teams in visually managing work through processes. It works as a scheduling system in agile just-in-time production. The Kanban methodology is all about real-time communication of capacity and full transparency of work. The Kanban board describes the current development status. And of course, when you're working with Kanban, you got to be very careful about inspiring versus coaching versus micromanaging. It really can end up in a micromanaging setup where you want to watch out for that, but you also need to track everything. A basic Kanban board has 3-step workflow. It has the to-do, in progress, and done. However, depending on a team size, structure, and objectives, the workflow can be mapped to meet any particular team's unique process. State the key differences between BRD and SRS. BRD, Business Requirements Documents, is a high-level functional specification of software. BRD is a formal document to describe the requirement provided by the client. Business analysts create this post their interaction with the clients. SRS, System Requirement Specification, is a high-level functional and technical specification of software. SRS describes the software's functions and non-functional requirements that are needed to be developed, whereas SRS is created by the systems architects. What is Pareto analysis? The Pareto analysis helps in crucial decision making. It helps in prioritizing decisions, identifying the most relevant and the least decision concerning the overall goal. It is also known as the 80-20 rule. As per this rule, 80% of the project's benefit arises from 20% of the work. Vice versa, 80% of the case problem can be due to 20% of the causes. Differentiate between the V model and the fish model. When we talk about the V model, it is an SDLC model where the execution of processes happens sequentially in a V shape. At every stage, the same person reviews, but other testers will do software testing in the last step. V model consumes less time and costs. The FISH model is similar to the V model, but with more multiple verification teams. Every stage is tested by another team for completeness and correctness. The FISH model is comparatively very costly and time-consuming, which makes sense because if you have multiple tests on each stage for multiple teams, they have to all be spun up on it, and so you're literally more than doubling the work because you also have to track all that. Given the sales data, create a chart to show each region's country that made the highest revenue. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and country onto rows. Place the total revenue column under values. Right-click on the country value, select the filter options, and choose Top 10. Choose Top 1 as shown above and click on OK. And you can see here is the pivot table that you will get. Using the sales data, find all the countries where the total units of fruits sold offline were less than 3,000. You need to use an advanced filter option in Microsoft Excel to solve this problem. Below is the critical based on the question we have. Go to the Data tab, select Advanced Filter option, choose Copy to another location, give your criteria range and the copy to location. Click on OK. Here's the final result as we can see below. Let's create a pivot table to find which countries from each region made the lowest amount profit. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and the country into rows. Place the profit column under values. Right-click on any country value, select the filter option and choose Top 10. Choose Bottom 1 and click on OK. And then let's create a filled map to analyze the total revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America using Tableau. Drag country onto detail card, place the total revenue column under the text, drag total profit under couleur. In the filters card, drag the region column and select North America. In the filters card, drag the item type column and select beverages. And you can see from the below map, you can see that Greenland and the maximum revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America. Who knew? Using Tableau, how will you display the top 5 and bottom 5 items based on profit? Drag the item type field onto rows and total profit onto columns. Right-click on the item type column to create a set. Give a name to the set and select the top tab to choose the top 5 items by sum total profit. Create a set for the bottom 5 items by sum total profit. Select both the sets, right-click to create a combined set. Give a name to the set and choose all members in both sets. Drag the new set on the filters and the total profit onto couleur. The above graph depicts the cosmetics made the highest profit while fruits made the lowest. And really, when we're talking about tools like Tableau, or if you're targeting companies working in R, or you're targeting companies working in Python, you should be able to quickly do these kind of displays in any of those packages that you're focused on. Tableau is one of the biggest ones out there right now because it is a paid-for service, but it's also very robust and easy to use and uses less programming on the back end. So just a quick side note on there, roll your sleeves up. If this does not look right to you, you're not able to get through some of these things, make sure you are if that's what you're targeting in a company for an interview.
And with that, we have come to an end of this session on Business Analyst Full Course. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session like PPT, code documentation, code demonstration, datasets, etc., please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe, and keep learning.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Our programs, and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.